Welcome back, B+E Family. Welcome to the drone aerial view of Midsummer Scream. If you need those no evil, live, die, live, gotta live t-shirts and hats, they're actually right out here. There's a booth inside and downstairs, and also, of course, upstairs. Está bonito. What up, Brianna? Saludos.
Welcome in, it's Spooky Squad.
It's Spooky Squad. Ortega fam in the house. Welcome in, guys. Saludos, saludos, saludos.
It's the final day.
It's the final day.
Be careful right here, okay?
Oh, thank you.
Yeah, it's the final day of Midsummer Scream. That's crazy.
Olali, saludos. What up, Shadow Creek? Kobe.
This year has been flying by. Everything has been just moving so quickly. It's scary.
What up, Gar60? Louis, how are you, buddy? TJQ, hello, hello, Merjam. How's your day going so far? Soledad, did you sleep well? Mio Sato.
Like down there's like the better view.
Down here?
The people watch down.
Hello down there. Is that for another stream? Okay, so the schedule changed because we had to go ahead and well, first of all, the VCA food video has been completed. Becky has done the edit for us because I was driving everywhere. So that's been taken care of. She's just finalizing a little bit of it on it, and we might have that video before we go live at Oogie Boogie, so we'll see. And then, of course, go hang out and watch on that one. We have Oogie Boogie to get to tonight. There was a costume change already, so not the original ones we planned, but hopefully they'll be good. Which now I think we may have gone. We should have gone with the original plan because the weather might be too hot. So
I don't know why we can never nail it. This is the weirdest thing ever.
Yeah, that is very weird.
Well, actually, like 2 days ago, it had said that it was gonna be fresh and cold, and then all of a sudden today it switched to hot at night.
Way too warm.
70s at night.
Yeah. Stay tuned for that vlog. You'll see me melt. I was like, I dressed spooky cute to match Becky, and then like it was just too hot. Mio Sato. Okay, so great question. What are we doing today? Today, out of this one, we're gonna do the Queen Mary. So if you hung out with us on the boat last night for the stream, we hung out at the Queen Mary and got to just do the vibes and everything. They do my apologies. They do a spooky event there, so that's what we're gonna hear all about today. And then on top of that, in between that, we're gonna go do some merch searching because we're still searching for some merch. We have a Godzilla panel to go get the squad into as well. Then we have the HHN panel tonight. That'll be the final panel we go to. I think there's something else we were gonna do in between, but some of the B+E fan members told us, is that a Power Ranger?
Oh, that's cool. I told you, people just dress up Halloween. It's whatever costume you want. It doesn't have to be spooky.
I'm coming as the Megazord next time.
You should. You'd win the costume contest.
Instant. We can always take a photo, fam. And then what was I gonna say?
And shout out to the fam that gifted us some Danny's spooky tree.
Oh, those sweethearts. Total sweethearts. Their names will remain anonymous for the moment because they are too wonderful.
Do you have them here?
Yeah, they're in there.
So I can tag Danny's spooky.
Yeah. And then there's that. So anyways, I lost my train of thought. I'm a little dehydrated. I do apologize.
And they're so sweet because they were like, and they're gluten free. I was like, aww.
They are delicioso. They shared with us that there's like a cat bar here.
Yeah, right? There's like cats. I think I don't know if they're just up for adoption or like what's going on with that.
So Becky wants to go look at cats, which I think might be a dangerous game. We were gonna start over there, but then we realized that the panel starts in a few minutes.
I'm so tempted to open this already.
Go for it. It's all you. You should. As someone who Ninja Watches says, Jammy.
Unacceptable, dude. Unacceptable.
Acceptable. All right, we're moving. Patricia, saludos, and shout out to the Ninja Watchers.
So this is the event that's competing with Fright Fest opening night. So we're gonna see which one's more exciting.
Yes.
That way we can pick what is gonna get priority.
I mean, they're both haunted. One's just more haunted than the other. I don't know. It's either way.
if you guys
Careful,
have
careful. It's never okay when the cat does that.
no comment.
Careful.
If you guys have not seen our Queen Mary stream, we had some crazy paranormal activity happen to us as we're just chilling outside, just randomly.
And in the restroom.
And in the restroom for you?
Yeah.
No way.
Yeah.
Wait, I didn't even know
The
about
demons
this.
attacked my stomach. Thank you.
Almost with AC.
Cody's about $2 from Chat says, did you guys already shoot a video? Yeah, Cody, you're not paying attention, bro. We said earlier, we did. But yes, the food vlog is done, bro. It's almost, it's like 90% complete.
But take it from the top.
Cody.
Ra, ra, ra.
All right, let's pick a side.
Where do you want to be?
Right? You want to sit down? What up, Chris Kelly? Hello, those guys. Hold on. Let me set everything. Oh, I forgot to set up the other stuff I was going to run.
Oh, no way.
It's okay. It's on me. I'll set up for tonight's stream.
Actually, did you send me those screenshots?
I'm working on that right now for you.
Okay, so
Let me finalize that.
Know that you guys are part of the back row crew. Me and all of us.
We are not worthy.
We're gonna get shirts made next year.
what's up, Scott? Welcome in, guys. Welcome.
Hold on. Let me do that with that.
It's gonna be a very exciting day, okay? Jam-packed day.
Okay, so before anything, what I'm excited here is I want to know what the situation is with the spooky bars.
With the spooky bars?
That for me, the Queen Mary is about music, spooky bars, and then the haunts. The haunts are cool, but I mean you can do that year round.
You can do that year round. Yeah, I'm excited to see what they have for their speakeasies. Are they gonna bring back the coin? Which if they bring back the tokens or the coins that we use to get into the bars, that'll just be a repeat. So I'm wondering if they're gonna bring something new. Like what is that extra element for Dark Harbor this year? I know that Scary Mary is gonna be back for a fact because they already announced it on their Instagram. And some of our favorites as well. I think that what blew me away was the level of like their layout for Queen Mary last year was hitting. They had carnival rides, they had live performances like fire dancers. Then of course the haunts and the bars did not miss. Like the hidden bars that were inside of the haunted houses, those were really spicy, like it's spicy good. Not spicy like literal, but like it's spicy. What's up, Chris, Callie in the house, Jerome in the house, and shout out to all the knights that have been helping us every single time that we go live. So thank you. And yes, we are going to be at Oogie Boogie later on tonight. As soon as the Halloween Horror Nights panel ends, we're out the door and we're flying to Disney.
We don't even have time to go put gas in the car. We just gonna go straight in. Yeah, I know. I should probably GPS it from like here.
And if you guys do have TikTok, I'm posting the highlights of the most important things about the panel in case that you just want a digestible version of the news. All the videos are already live on TikTok. There's a lot more, but the main bulk and the most important ones are already there.
Yes.
Also, we are going to be at Nightmares Revealed this Tuesday for their Knott's Berry Farm. It's the real panel. It's the actual
It's the real stuff. The food. We're there for the food.
And
we're there for the merch.
And they're gonna have their Halloween Superstore open, so we're gonna be going through that. I know you guys love the merch. I didn't realize how much merch you guys love, but you guys like love merch.
Well, I knew how much the Ortega fam likes the merch.
Okay, I'm gonna sit down so I can look at
Go right here.
Go right here?
Yeah. You're good.
I'll dive over this chair. Very solid, but I'll do it.
What up, Christine? Okay, so for those tuning in right now, and if mods can help out if anyone asks, we are currently in the 2 p.m. panel for the Queen Mary, aka the Dark Harbor. So last night we hung out at that ship, which was very cool, very awesome. A great place to go ahead and do venues. It's an actual hotel, so if you actually decide to do this event next year, you can rent a room there, and it's roughly about 7 minutes away by car to go ahead and stay there. It's spooky. They were doing tours last night, which sadly we missed the one that we were initially aiming to attend, but because we were just like, it was a long night, it was just great to unwind with you guys and try the drinks. The baby's there, the bar's hit, there's a speakeasy, all that fun jazz. We love it for the Halloween, we love it for the Christmas stuff, we love it for the New Year's Eve stuff, and the 4th of July stuff, which we have all that content on our feeds, live streams, and of course on the gram, so you guys can check it out. Saludos guys, welcome in. Do us a solid, smash the like button if you haven't smashed the like button. Thank you, Matt. And yes, while the panels are going, well, you know, we were mic'd up. We tried to stay quiet so that those who are not only present but also recording, we don't interfere with their audio. You know, want to make sure our friends go ahead and give us some crystal audio too for their content. Right, said he would. I was telling Becky, I'm like, I'm so, and I believe this for the generation that I'm part of. You know, Labor Day meant the last hot dog of the year, meant the last like summer day of the year, and then you got into like school, spooky, like fall, all that stuff. And not now, not no more. Now my birthday's associated with like spooky stuff, so we gotta do spooky stuff on my birthday. So Mr. Disney King, if you have a general pass ticket, we would recommend 2 hours early in. So this is the room that you're in. So for example, this is why we recommend 2 hours. If you want to be as close as possible up front, you know, that those people would have waited like 2 hours to be for the HHN one. And if the reason you want to be that close is, one, if you are asking any questions, they can see you a little bit better. Two, if when they do giveaways, which they do giveaways, sometimes for whatever reason, it's always people in the middle.
While recording of this presentation is allowed, we do ask that your camera or streaming device remain at or below shoulder level, not blocking the view of anyone behind you. Thank you for your cooperation and for being considerate of those around you. Enjoy the show.
Yeah. Hey, Timberly.
Welcome
Ron
to Midsummer Scream.
Yes.
Last fall, a legend returned to the shores of Long Beach. Dense fog rolled across the harbor as a massive ghost ship glided silently through the murky waters of the port, coming to rest not too far from here. The vessel was home. This year, Queen Mary's Dark Harbor is back with a vengeance as 13th Floor Entertainment Group unleashes even more nightmarish fun this Halloween season. Here to tell you all about it are members of the 13th Floor and Dark Harbor team. Please welcome to the stage Production Manager at 13th Floor Entertainment Group, Doug Bailey. Director of Special Projects at 13th Floor Entertainment Group, Brett Bertolino. Senior Regional Manager at 13th Floor Entertainment Group, Amy Holloman. General Manager at Queen Mary's Dark Harbor, Star Romano. CEO and founding partner of 13th Floor Entertainment Group, Chris Stafford.
Awesome. Welcome to the Dark Harbor 2025 Midsummer Scream panel.
Yeah.
As you all know, Dark Harbor is back. What did you think of last year's show?
Yeah.
We are so excited to tell you what we have in store for you this year. But first I want to start off by just thanking all of our fans for coming out and making Dark Harbor's return such a success. And I also want to do a special shout out to our phenomenal team. It takes hundreds and hundreds of people to put on this show. So it's not just the folks up on the stage, but there's many people that you don't see that really help bring Dark Harbor to life every year. So let's have a round of applause for everybody on our team.
Woo!
And I know you're really anxious to hear what's new. We're going to get to that. But I do want to take a moment to honor somebody that's passed away this summer, somebody that was integral to the Queen Mary. For the last 40 years, they were synonymous with the Queen Mary. I think this person was as beloved as the ship is herself, and that is Commodore Everett Horde.
Yeah.
If you met Everett Horde, you'd know that he is such a sweet, genuine person. And when Amy and I started this project, we knew that the stories of Dark Harbor and the stories of the Queen Mary were so important. And one person that we spent a lot of time talking with, listening to, interacting with, was the Commodore. And he was so generous with his time, so generous with his stories. And a lot of those stories, you might not know it, influenced Dark Harbor. He was a huge fan. So everything last year, from the hospital theme and infirmary to the name of the drink on Pride Night, were all things that came from those conversations with the Commodore. He gave us so much information. We have pages and pages of notes. So I just want to thank him for his support of the Queen, thank him for his support of Dark Harbor, and just take a moment to recognize him and remember him today.
The Commodore was both a chief historian of the Queen Mary, as well as a comedian, if you knew him. He told us very authentic things, and one of the things he said was that the ship is a ghost itself. And all of those who have ever stepped aboard and lived on the ship leave traces of energy behind on it. The Commodore famously often said that someday, when he became a spirit himself, you would know he was haunting you aboard the ship if you smelled the combination of Dior and Grey Goose. What a cool cat.
Oh, wow. That's amazing.
That's right, Amy. The Commodore will continue to leave his legacy on the Queen Mary and on Dark Harbor for generations to come. I know that his presence is still there and will remain there for a long time. Now, let's dive in.
So last year marked the unforgettable return of the iconic Dark Harbor. We were completely overwhelmed and thankful all of the support that the community showed us as we embarked upon this journey, no pun intended, of bringing this incredible event back. I think it was a year ago we stood on the stage and we talked to you guys about how we really wanted to honor the past and the legacy of Dark Harbor, but also look to push the event into the future and think about what it could become as it evolves over the years. So I hope we accomplished that. I want to acknowledge some of the folks here on stage, especially Brett and Amy. The tireless dedication they showed to putting this event back together with you, for you, was unmatched, as well as the entire team at 13th Floor, the people in the finance, marketing, operations department, all worked really hard to make this event what it was, and I hope we accomplished what you guys wanted us to do. I also want to thank the City of Long Beach and the folks at the Queen Mary. They are so dedicated to this event, and they were so driven to bring this event back for all of you guys, and there is absolutely no way we could have done it without their support. Folks like Tasha and Eddie and Joseph at the City of Long Beach, folks like Steve and Dylan at the Queen Mary, their love for this event and for all of you guys, the fans, it was pretty incredible. So with that, we're excited to talk about 2025, share a little bit of what we have in store for you at Dark Harbor this year. And so with that, maybe we should bring out a familiar face.
Sounds like a good idea, Chris.
Midsummer!
Yeah!
This is not Dark Harbor!
Yeah!
Are you ready?
Woo!
Now make some noises for some of your favorite mazes from last year! Where are we looking at? Make some noise for fees!
This one scared the bejesus out of me.
Oh my God, one of my favorites. Make some noise for Breakout.
Yeah.
Infimary.
Yes.
Make some noise. What time? Who's a fan of clowns? Who's a fan of clowns? Make some noise for Big Dog. We are Dark Harbor 2025, and we've got so much ghoulish treats for you all. One more time, are you ready? Who's ready for me to open the gates?
Yes.
For me to open the gates?
Open them.
Almost. Thank you, Captain.
Thanks, Captain. So we're going to start by telling you what's new, by telling you what's not at Dark Harbor this year. And that is the Old English Village. So if you've been to the site, there was this Old English Village that Disney bought. I hear some people that are sad. We were sad to see the village go. But in all reality, even before the pandemic, the village was in such bad shape, the city had condemned it, and you could only walk around it. So for a lot of time, it was unused space, and we were spending most of our time and some money thinking about, well, how do we keep people safe around these buildings? How do we weave through these buildings? And we made the best of the village. I was really proud of what our team did last year. There was a really cool entry graveyard experience. We're gonna have a similar experience this year, but the graveyard has been removed. And while that might seem like it's a bad thing at first, we're super excited about it because it opens up the footprint of Dark Harbor. So this year's Dark Harbor footprint will be the biggest Dark Harbor event that has ever existed. This new space, I'm sure you're curious how we're going to use this new space and what we're going to do with more space on property. So Star, why don't you tell us a little bit about what we have in store for the village site?
That's right. The village takedown had a bigger purpose. It was for the expansion of Shipyard. The entry experience was inspired by the past with a few elements of the future. The Shipyard is moving to where the village once was, with programmed shows all night long for you.
Oh, that's cool.
So last year, you were in the Shipyard, which was our main stage. This is where we had a few shows, as well as an awesome DJ provided by Lovecraft.
Yeah.
DJ Filtrina. And this year we want to bring some more shows onto that stage. But we're starting with the Maiden Voyage. So every night at Dark Harbor at 8:08, you'll hear the ship's whistle sound. And when that goes off, a video starts that displays a little bit about the history of the maiden voyage of the actual Queen, when they hit the Champagne and the first time she ever took sail. Well, when this maiden voyage kicks off at Dark Harbor, we also start to bring out our icons, and you learn more about the stories that you will step into those mazes that night. This was a big hit last year. And at the end of the maiden voyage, which I do think is the perfect show starter, the captain opens the gates, and then many monsters run out into the crowd, scaring people on ground level. So this year, this will take place again in the Shipyard at 8:08. At the end of the night last year, we ended with something we called the Final Voyage. This was inspired by the Queen Mary's final voyage to its destination here in Long Beach. It went around South America and parts of Latin America, and we worked with Lovecraft to pick some music from those different countries it went past, so you start to hear it. You hear some different Latin music. You hear Solito Lindo, and it goes past Mexico. And then it gets to California, where you hear Tupac, because California knows how to party. And then that's when the monsters come out, and we have the monster dance party that ends the night. So we're bringing that back this year.
Sweet.
You can dance with the monsters, and we're thinking, we're a nautical event. We're right here by the water. What would spice up an end of the night dance party?
Bubbles.
Foam. So we're gonna have a foam party tonight at Dark Harbor. You don't have to get in the phone if you don't want to, but it's just another fun level of immersion. It tops off your end of the night. So those were our 2 caps. We also are going to have more shows on the stage. Star, tell us a little bit about what else we're going to see this year.
Shows?
Well, to keep the festival, first of all, Voodoo drummers are back. Who loves
Oh, those are so cool.
There you go.
And to keep the festivities going all night long, our entertainment schedule has expanded. Who loved the fire performers?
Yeah.
Personal favorite of mine.
I think they're lit.
So we decided to give them a main stage. We got rid of the fire stage and we're putting them on the main stage for you guys all night long.
Sweet.
And then, of course, the return of the Dark Harbor Sliders! The Sliders have already been putting together their show for this season, and this year, Slider Alley is moving to the center of the event. So this will be located just in front of the shipyard. So when the Sliders are doing their show, they'll also have the sound, the booming sound of the main stage to fuel them as they fly. And we'll continue to have the fire like you saw last year, but more fire, because we love fire at Dark Harbor. So we're excited for the return of the Sliders, and they're putting together some new tricks for you guys.
So as you can hear, the shipyard is really becoming the heart of the harbor at Dark Harbor. So last year you started and ended your night there, but there wasn't really a reason to go to the shipyard during the middle of the night. As Star and Amy said, that main stage is going to have shows on it all throughout the night. There's going to be reasons for you to come back there. You'll get a drink, go to a maze, stop by the Fishbowl Bar, come see another show in Shipyard. It's also where we're moving our cabanas and Captain's Club. So if you have a VIP ticket, you get to go in Captain's Club. This year, that's right in Shipyard. It's right to the side of the stage, so you get a great view of all the entertainment. And then the creepy cabanas are also moving to Shipyard. So again, if that appeals to you, you get a home base at the event, a nice cabana, special character appearances, different options for food that can be delivered right to your cabana, and you can see all the shows right from that space. So we're really excited about Shipyard. Another VIP experience that we're going to introduce this year for Dark Harbor is an RIP tour. So each night there will be 2 versions of this tour. One tour leaves early and then you can explore after. And the other tour, you kind of have free roam before, and then the tour's at the end of the night. But it's a guided tour for about 12 people. We're going to take you to the front of every single maze without waiting in any lines. I'm going to tell you a little bit about how we put the event together, a little bit of Easter eggs and different mazes. And then we're also going to take you to some exclusive spaces, incorporate you into some of the scenes in the mazes, and give you some really special experiences. So that's our brand new RIP tour. You can look for that online. There will be additional details coming soon.
There's some special VIP in that photo. I don't know if you noticed. It's on.
And to keep those themed nights going, we will be having maze appreciation nights. And each Sunday, we're going to pick a different dedicated maze to honor, and the icon character from that maze will be red carpet ready to take photos with all of you. We also encourage all of you guys to come and wear your best icon character accessories and accessorize those outfits and enjoy the nights with us.
Yeah, I'm thinking bow, if you love Scary Mary.
I love a good bow. And teddy bear.
Teddy bear. Mm-hmm.
Good accessory.
Yeah.
Excuse me, Brett and Amy, sorry for interrupting. Might I have a word in private?
Brad, you're on speakerphone.
I'm on speakerphone, aren't I?
Yeah, I just said it.
Fine. So, I'm summoning the sea. Well, to be honest, I'm currently all at sea, both physically and mentally, no idea what I'm doing or where I am. I'm actually starting to believe that this was all Rick West's doing. Sent the Admiral on a wild goose chase that just happened to be the same week as Midsummer Scream. Coincidence? I think not.
I don't think so, Brad. That's definitely
Indeed,
not.
I will. But you know what? I think I want to do something grand, something akin to a military parade on my birthday.
All right, let's hear it.
Again, so I don't get birthdays. So I'm thinking an Admiral Appreciation Week. Yes, Wait, before you poo-poo my idea, think about it. We could have photo ops, some pop-up military formation drills, maybe name an alcoholic beverage after me. Of course, I will want final approval of said cocktail, so if you could just send me some samples, that would be great. You know what? No, just send me the alcohol, I'll make my own drinks. You know, it reminds me of way back in the day when the Voodoo priestess and I would drink and tell tales about time.
Okay, Brad, okay, Admiral.
Oh, we had some laughs, some fun times.
Good, thank you.
Thanks, Admiral. Guess what? You're gonna get your May's appreciation, and I'll give that to you, okay? You got it.
So that means that the Admiral, who last year was promoted from captain, recruited to captain, we just saw, he's gonna be back for a full week of Dark Harbor where he has named it Admiral Appreciation Week, so Admiral will be back this year.
To continue with those theme nights, who remembers Pride Night from last year? We're bringing back Pride Night and Day of the Dead.
Dia de los Muertos.
We're also adding a couple new ones. The Undead Slumber Party, where we get to stay up past our bedtimes and hang out with the monsters in our PJs. My personal favorite, Black Tide Goth Night. Fire lovers, Pyro Spectacular Night.
Oh my god.
And don't forget, Haunt Couture, Dapper Day. Take that, little mouse.
We saw a lot of people dress up last year in very cool, like Art Deco outfits and sort of period authentic pieces to Queen Mary. So that's why we developed the Haunt Couture nights, because we thought, well, wouldn't it be cool if a lot of us were dressed like that? Little vibes, throw out to the Queen Mary, throw some blood on your rose, whatever it is. We introduced last year a character named Lady Mabel. She was inspired by a real woman who lived in the UK and was quoted in a newspaper. She was a psychic and quoted as saying that the Queen Mary will be far more famous when she no longer carries fare-paying passengers. And you may have heard, we interpret that as that she was talking about Dark Harbor. So Lady Mabel came into the event last year and was the person who gave you some clues and tokens to find the speakeasies. So speakeasies will be back this year.
Yes.
We're not going to tell you where they are, but there will be new speakeasies throughout the property on the ship and in the harbor. And Lady Mabel is also taking a bigger role. So her mystical powers have spread across all of the realms of Dark Harbor. Dark Harbor is being divided into, so we call them realms or lands. So that means the ship is one realm. Our goal is to always, I should say this year, I don't want to lock myself in 5 years from now, and one of you will say, Amy said on the stage, I know, because you guys remember everything. This year, everything that's on the ship is period authentic. That means that if you see bellhop costumes, they're supposed to feel like they're back in that time. But there's something that happens when you come to the harbor, that some elements of the harbor can be a little more modern, okay? So these different realms need an introduction at times, or perhaps the mazes, you want to know more of the story. So Lady Mabel is taking a narrative voice, and you'll hear her voice as you enter some mazes and realms, telling you what to look out for, or what you should be cautious about.
Cool.
The spirits have much to say this season, my darlings. I see cleavers flashing, flesh seared in the dark. The butcher is carving his legacy into the ship's bones. Below deck, I feel passion twisted by cruelty. Graceful gales sing sweet lies, while Dr. Masters cuts deeper than skin. Love never dies, but it certainly kills. Wait, something's in here. Thick, token near. And know that libations are hidden just around the corner to provide liquid courage when fear sets in.
Thank you, Lady Mabel.
Yeah. Sounds exciting.
So we're excited to see her continuing to grow throughout Dark Harbor. So let's talk about something else that'll be new at Dark Harbor this year. I want to hear from Doug. What has the LA production team and our production team in New Orleans, what have you guys been working on?
A lot. Probably too much for me to explain now. So let's talk about this one specific thing that you're going to ask for. So obviously we try to introduce something new to everybody every year and little tidbits for you to enjoy yourself. And this year we will be introducing an escape room designed specifically around Queen Mary with the storyline only going to Queen Mary. And during the show, there will be a shorter version, which will be a 10-minute game, and eventually opened up to a 1-hour game. And this will be the first one that is going into the Queen Mary. And if you were there last year, which I'm assuming most of you were, it will be right across from the summoning. What is the bar?
Spirits of Dark Harbor.
Spirits of Dark Harbor. It is usually because I'm there at the bar and don't remember what it's called. So, but yeah, so that's what's going on with the escape game.
And if you weren't there last year, that means this escape room is on the ship.
That's right, it is on the ship.
Which is really cool. So inspired by the ship's history and some of the paranormal stories surrounding it.
I didn't want to give too much of it away.
That's all I'm gonna say.
But yes, it is a paranormal story. It is based around the ship. That is all I can give you, I swear.
Thanks, Doug. Moving on, this year, Dark Harbor had its first ever off-season event, Butcher's Blackout. Who got to go to that?
Yes.
Wow, a lot of you. You guys were lucky because it sold out pretty much immediately, and we ended up adding another night, which also sold out pretty much immediately. So I'm very happy you guys got to make it. Did you guys catch those Easter eggs in that feast maze?
It seemed like some people may have picked up that, well, I won't say it yet, but this may be the final feast that you will have.
Thank you, yeah. Wait, what?
We read some surveys last year. The surveys, we read surveys, we read social media comments, we read the things that you say, you tell us as you're leaving and high-fiving, say is awesome. Or if you say there's something we can do better. We're always making improvements to the show. We know you love the maze's storylines. We know you love the icons. But we heard that you want it to be scarier. You want more startles. You want to scream more. So, of course, we rely a lot on our actors who kill. Are there any Dark Harbor actors in the room?
Oh, dear Lord.
Of course, they're going to get lots of startles, but we're working with our team in-house to build more effects that will also scare you, so the actors can take a breath here or there. So this is something we built, and we installed a few of those things into Feast. Now, of course, you didn't see them all because it was very dark during Butcher's Blackout. It is a lights-out show. But here you can see our technical scenic teams, build crew, and are installing something new into the dining hall scene of Feast. Who remembers the dining hall scene? Years ago, this is where the passengers got sick and there's like puke all over the table. Remember that puke?
Mm-hmm.
I knew it. I knew someone would. We've redone this scene for this year. Doug, tell us a little bit about what we built here.
A table. So, this is, the reason that we're bringing this up is that this is kind of one of the fun things I get to do with my job. And that basically starts with Amy coming out and getting a phone call and it's like, Doug, here we go. And you're like, I know it's gonna be something, all right? And then Brett gets involved and then it's something more. And then but basically this year is we're trying to we as a company obviously support other haunted attraction companies, buy things from them, but we really want to do things in-house, and this is a perfect example of what we're trying to do in-house. Because this particular animatronic and this particular scare is something that is kind of impressive, where every department has a hand on it inside the shop. So it goes from the creative members here into my ears, it goes onto a piece of paper, it goes into the carpentry section, it goes into the mold making department, it comes out of that into paint, it goes into tech, comes out of tech, and then it gets wrapped up and then shipped to the ship. And then after that, it gets programmed when Amy is like, we needed to do this, and so fast, and whatnot, and bam. So always what we intend is not intense enough. This is actually, this is a custom Dark Harbor prop. It's very Beetlejuice inspired. And it is actually something that we can scare an entire room with, and not just one person, where you're normally having just one thing that pops out at you. So.
Yeah, it's good. Before we opened Butcher's Blackout, we were doing our safety walk with the fire department and the city and the ship, and as we're walking through this scene, you know, most of the props are off, but because we had just installed this, I guess there was a little air still in the reservoir. And I walked past the trigger and the hand shot up, and Eddie from the city, shout out to Eddie, who's been involved with Dark Harbor for a very, very long time. The hands popped up, and he was like, whoa, that's new. And it was just really fun, because he's an intimate part of the project, but didn't know that was going to startle him. So I think it's going to get some good reactions this fall on Feast.
Thanks, Amy. So talking more about Feast, this is the Feast logo from 2019. You know that last year we continued a lot of the stories with the mazes. So we told you what was happening next in that storyline. With Feast, we decided to take a step back last year and do a prequel and tell you how the chef got to be in the position of head chef. So you can see last year's logo on the screen. This is the butcher icon character that we introduced last year. We're going to continue to tell the next chapter of the Feast story this year. So you're going to see the evolution of the butcher as he grows older and grows bigger and ultimately assumes that position of head chef. And this is going to be the Feast logo for this year. Feast, the final cut. So as Amy alluded to, there were a few Easter eggs in Butcher's Blackout. If you were there, you probably know that this is the final season of Feast.
Yeah.
That's right.
Why don't you tell us a little bit about what we have in store for the fans in Feast this year, Star?
Thanks, Brett. So, like Brett said, 2025, the Feast story picks off right where the 2024 story left off. The Butcher has just been promoted, and cannibal chaos immediately ensues. This maze might be the last year we see the Feast maze, but we did not lack when it comes to intensifying this maze. There's more gore, there's cannibal chaos, there's a freezer you walk into, there's new light fixtures and projections, so we're really excited about this one.
Might even be a speakeasy.
Ooh.
Could be.
In the freezer?
We weren't supposed to say that.
That's the butcher.
So, Feast, the final cut. Come see it this fall.
Yes.
All right, so let's talk about Lullaby.
Yeah.
Lullaby is a fan favorite.
Yeah!
And of course, give it up for Scary Mary!
Scary Mary!
So Lullaby, the storyline of Lullaby. You enter the ship, you walk over the gangway into the ship, and a lifeguard abruptly approaches you and tells you, we're looking for her, we can't find her anywhere, little girl, she was in the pool, I don't know what to do. So you're set in the story where we know there's a lifeguard frantically searching for Mary. You walk into behind the scenes through crew spaces of the ship where chairs, machines are all piled up. People are searching for Mary. You encounter her father. He's panicking. Oh, my little girl, help me, freaking out, panicking. You keep walking through the corridors of the ship. You look down and see the depths of the boiler room. Pipes surround you as you start to see wet tile walls. Then you walk past the dressing rooms adjacent to the first-class swimming pool that are notoriously haunted. Beyond this point that serves as a paranormal vortex, you encounter, again, the lifeguard, but now he's twisted, demonic, bleeding from the eyes. Her dad is no longer just searching for Mary. He pops from behind a curtain. Here's Daddy. And then you go, all of a sudden find yourself standing 6 fathoms above nothing on a bridge that, yes, bam, that bridge drops out from under you. And then Marys are coming from everywhere, skipping on the sides of the wall, crawlings on the ceiling. There's so many Marys in this maze. Hopefully you finally make it to the bottom of the pool, where tragedy has occurred. But lucky for us horror fans, this demonic possession will keep Mary alive with us forever. We're very excited to bring back a classic. Now, building in historic spaces can be a challenge. Doug?
So yeah, I cannot, over 25 years of doing this, I cannot seem to get out of an historic site where I can attach anything to anything. So I go into one after the other, and so it's funny because when I got brought out here last year and I got brought on to 13th floor, Queen Mary is one of the first things I wanted to go see, and I went to do a walkthrough with Brett. And I get over there, and immediately, he goes, we want to see, obviously, the coolest things in the ship and behind the scenes. And he goes, well, let me go ahead and show you the pool. And I was like, dude, there's a pool in here? That's awesome. And you're like not realizing that it's a cruise ship, and cruise ships have pools in them. So basically, we want to kind of recreate a lot of that stuff to show everybody during the show bits and pieces, and we use that from the ship. Building in the historic place is very challenging, but we just have to recreate pieces. We're not allowed to always building. Normally, the spaces are probably a lot smaller than you would with an open warehouse. So that's something that we really kind of have to work around. So what we're seeing up on the screen right now is something they desperately wanted to show here, that this was a little excerpt of our recreation of what the pool actually looks like, the railings that are around the pool, that we show that during the haunt, because basically we're recreating that stuff. You guys can't go to the pool during the show. So we're trying to bring those elements out. We're trying to bring the colors out. We don't pick the colors. We go straight from the historic versions of it, or as at least close as possible. That's basically what we kind of do. Is there anything else?
Doug and his team, as you can see, build things that you can't tell what we built and what was on board the ship. So the Queen Mary's...
I thought we pulled that out.
The historic pool is not accessible because it's not safe. So last year we got special permission to look into it. That's this railing that you see. And then Doug and his team built the finale of the maze, which looks like you're inside of a pool. And I can't tell you how many people we talked to that really thought that they were inside of the pool on the Queen Mary. So Doug and his team do a phenomenal job in the shops and the seafood.
Woo! Yes. So for this game.
Moving on to Big Top. Who liked Big Top Terror?
Big Top.
Big Top is happily making its return this year, and it's not your normal circus. The Ringmaster has struck a deal for eternal life, and what came out of it was this cursed carnival, and it feeds on your souls.
Ooh. Big Top kind of happens in 3 acts. So the first act takes place inside of an old-timey circus-looking tent where you're meeting different characters. You're meeting the knife thrower, you're meeting the trapeze artist who bungees down and scares you, and you're meeting a special carver, a pumpkin carver the Ringmaster has brought to make sure that their circus is Halloween-y. I think that's what they said. And, oh, I promise it'll be Halloween. And so they brought this carver. As you escape from the first tent, you're in an outdoor area where you see all these pumpkins that have been carved, and you enter a museum of curiosities. You enter the
extremely unforgiving pumpkin mirror maze.
Yes.
Oh yeah.
And then you end up in what you have to, once you go through that area, you're back inside of a tent. But now, this tent is, it's a black light, graffiti painted tent. And everything inside of this was painted by hand last year from one of the artists we work with, Dallas Ryder, shout out to him, inspired by the story. We also worked with Lovecraft. Is Lovecraft in the room? Oh yeah. So you probably know Lovecraft, spooky music creators. We've worked with them for years now at the Queen Mary and on other projects. So last year we worked with Peggy, shout out to Peggy, for some voice work. And we handed that over to Lovecraft and incorporated some of the Ringmaster's famous sayings into the soundtrack. So we're gonna just play a little clip of that. Pretty normal circus. But it's been really awesome to work with that team on making these soundscapes for these spaces.
You know, we're not only upgrading the main stage, Bazaar Bar got a massive upgrade this year. The Ringmaster has a traveling circus stage. Doug, tell us how you built it.
I didn't. But thank you,
He's
Star.
very honest. We all try to be.
I don't know if everybody is aware of this, but 13th Floor actually has 2 full production shops. One here in LA County. We also have one in New Orleans, run by close personal friend Dave Carey, who is our graphite extraordinaire when it comes to this stuff. However, so this set is probably one of 13th Floor's most appreciated, most sought after sets. It won first place at Transworld in this year. I think unanimously everybody is just taken back by the paint jobs on this stage, which is incredible. And as a scenic artist myself, I'm a little jealous about it. But we went with a traditional vintage circus theme for Transworld, and it just wasn't Dark Harbor enough. So we repainted everything, and Dave's team did an incredible job about actually going ahead and making this 100% Dark Harbor theme, 100% Big Top, and this year we'll actually have live performances on it.
Cool, live performances?
Yeah, so this year, this stage will serve as the set for Bazaar Bar, and there will be some different types of performances that happen on there that the Ringmaster will be hosting. I would call it a little, like, sideshow.
Exactly, a sideshow, Ringmaster sideshow.
So now you can see we're going to talk a little bit about Infirmary. And there's a new character on the screen and then a returning icon. So last year we introduced Dr. Edwin Masters, a brand new icon for Infirmary, and we paired him up with a love interest, Graceful Gale. As we were developing this storyline, Amy and I and the team kept going back and forth. Whether we wanted to, before you got to Dark Harbor, tell you who the surgeon's love interest was, or did we want to reveal that while you were inside the maze? And ultimately, we decided that we wanted to reveal it inside the maze, which is why Graceful Gale doesn't appear in the logo, and last year she didn't appear in the promo video. But we actually did 2 cuts of that promo video because we weren't sure what we were going to decide. So today we want to show you for the first time ever the cut of that video that we didn't show you that does show the love story between these 2 icons.
up for Dr. Edwin Masters and Graceful Gale!
Have a great night, Marjan.
Dr. Edwin, I have a couple questions for you. I hear you've made some new discoveries in your medical research. Care to share what you've been experimenting with lately?
Thank you for asking. Graceful Gale and I have been expanding on my research in the infirmary aboard the Queen Mary. The results have been breathtaking. Are we friends?
Sure.
Are we friends?
Yes, doctor, we're all friends.
I feel comfortable enough to show you my true self.
Yeah.
Body modification has been a point of pride in my research. Take me, for example. I've replaced my lower jaw. The result? A bite more powerful than any modern man. And that is just the tip of the iceberg. Soon the entire world will know the name Dr. Edwin Master. Pardon me, dear. I appear to be getting carried away again. Inquisitive minds may find us in the infirmary. Please, bring your insurance information.
Oh my gosh.
Thank you so much, Dr. Edwin. I'm out of here.
Woo. That's wild.
My understanding is that Gail, while she doesn't speak to us, her spirit sometimes sings in the jazz club on an upper deck above the infirmary. And so it seems like she and Edwin have teamed up together to lure in some innocent victims. But I'm glad that she's also keeping him alive.
One touch and he just totally snapped back. It was awesome.
It was awesome.
Noted.
So, this year, we're bringing back Breakout.
Woo, Breakout.
So, if you didn't come to Dark Harbor last year, I want to tell you a little bit about this. You may have remembered from long ago the maze B340, a famous Dark Harbor maze where the story of Samuel the Savage was told. A heinous murderer who could have committed murder aboard the ship and was locked up in his stateroom, tearing himself to pieces, tearing the room to pieces. It's a mystery what happened in there. Last year, Sam the Savage was arrested by the Captain's Royal Guard and dragged out to the seaside prison. This year, Breakout will take place It will take place inside of the prison industrial complex. The entire maze is getting an expansion of the prison, and everything will happen within that space. Last year, you walked around the village that's no longer there. This year, we're making it scarier by staying inside the jail the whole time. You will still step in the footsteps of Samuel the Savage. And one of the ways that we keep the story going with Sam is that, Sam's a nutcase. He has the voices going on inside his head all the time, telling him what to do. So you will have the same experience. And again, our music team at Lovecraft, we worked with them and an awesome voice actor named Brock. And this is just some of the clips you'll hear with more soundscape beneath it, but I want to play you a little bit of the voice of Samuel the Savage. When you first enter the prison, of course, he does not want to be there. So let's hear what will be going on inside of your head.
Get out of here. Gotta get back on the streets. Shackles. Can't believe they got me locked up in here.
So he's trapped. He wants to get out, as you will also be trying to do that, as both inmates and guards are trying to murder you, as they always do in haunted houses. And then you will escape through a sewer to another part of the complex that will be a religious space. So Sam the Savage has some trauma. He, was taught by nuns when he was young, and they were not kind to him. So he's a lot of resentment, and when he is brought back to that space when he's inside of the prison chapel. Let's hear what he'll sound like in that space.
Forgive me, Father, for I have sinned again and again and again, and I will as long as I live. Life after life. There is no life after Sam. No.
Ooh.
He's real relatable.
What'd you say?
He's real relatable. I feel some sort of connection.
And then moving to the last part of the story, so you'll escape through the prison chapel and a few other different scenes throughout the prison, and then we bring back the classic finale of this maze, similar to what happened in the old Dead Rise maze, where you escape through a fog-filled container where you pretty much can't see your hand in front of your face because there's so much fog. But if you're going to be let out on the streets, you need just one more taste of that voice in your head.
That's it. You know what to do now. Run, kill. Yes, Sam. Drink their blood. Paint the walls, Sammy.
Paint the walls, Sammy.
Distinguished panel, beautiful audience. The Admiral put me on a mission, and I am pleased to inform you that my royal guard has captured Samuel the Savage once again. Yes, but to keep him contained, we needed to keep him in confinement, isolation, maximum security.
All right. So Breakout's coming back in a new iteration called Maximum Security.
So there you have it. Those are the 5 mazes for Dark Harbor 2025.
Hold up.
Yes?
5 mazes?
5 great mazes, guys.
Just 5? Do you want one more?
Yeah.
Wait, you said 5, but I'm hearing you want 6. Do you want one more?
Yeah.
Oh, we have to give the people what they want.
Yes, sir.
Let me hear you. One more maze.
One more maze. One more maze. One more maze.
Yeah, but it's a very great teacher. Yeah, I'm on the road to 15. On the road to maze. Yeah, meanwhile I'm back here with Ghostface thrown in the circle. Let's go.
After you step foot into the Voodoo Bayou at Dark Harbor,
Good times.
this was a unique space. Haunters from all over the world told us there's nothing like this. This space just had this haunting energy. Voodoo has been part of Dark Harbor for a long time. The stories come in many iterations, but the origins of the Voodoo priestess is a muddy story. Muddy is the dark waters that surround Queen Mary in the fall. She once saw the ship pass her from an exotic land, and once she set eyes on it, she saw it, she didn't understand. It's so big. What is that sound? The steam engines roaring. She knew it, she felt the power. She must have her. She became obsessed, having all of her followers scattered to the ends of the earth to find the ship amongst its journeys. As it passed, she collected small artifacts from here and there. And one day, a drunken crew of pirates stumbled upon her shores, and she knew her opportunity arose. So she approached the pirates and broke their wills. She possessed them and made them become the start of her navy. She then went on ship and sailed back to Long Beach, California, where she disembarked. That's right. She's back again. Back to Long Beach, California.
Oh my gosh.
Where she came aboard.
We're doing my job. Yeah. Let's go around.
She came to the shore after her obsession. She started having her pirates and other followers build her a village. She, one night, as she was chanting, took her hands in the colors of red and white and the black of the ship and started painting the walls. In a trance, the Loa, she had channeled the Loa, and as it came through her, she made a spell far more powerful than ever to necromance the dead sailors from their watery graves. And as they rise up, she possesses them. There's voodoo dolls of tiny sailors everywhere. And once her navy is complete, she will once again be aboard the ship and command the Queen Mary to move once more.
No, please, wow.
This year, we bring you Voodoo, the Queen's Curse of Dark Harbor. So come see the voodoo that we do this fall.
No to the doo-doo.
So you can see we have a lot of new things for you to experience at Dark Harbor this year. 6 mazes, a brand new maze. We've got the theme nights, we've got the escape room, plus a few other surprises we haven't announced. Our food and beverage program has definitely kicked it up. You're going to see some more brand new food stands, new rides. There's tons of things to do at this event. We want you to come out and see us this fall, not once, not twice, maybe 3 times, maybe 4 times. And to make that easier for you,
yes,
for the first
yes, yes, yeah, yeah. Woo!
So we're really excited to have you join us. Many nights, you know, the show is different every single night.
Yes, it is.
And one other surprise. There are 13 lucky people inside this room right now that are going to be our first ever season pass holders for Dark Harbor. So take a look under your chairs and
I'm about
see
to
if
kick
you have a
everything.
season pass voucher.
Look under your chairs, that's right.
Look at the chairs. Throw them all. Throw them all. What is that? What is that? Oh. Wow.
Oh wow. I know.
Check out the chairs.
All right, one more very important announcement. The only place
Hurry,
in the
fam.
No, they're not there.
Chair.
They're not
you can
there.
buy Dark Harbor tickets immediately is by scanning this QR code right now. This is a Midsummer Scream exclusive special. This ticket window will not be open for long. So, scan this
Buy the
QR
tickets, buy the
code. This
tickets,
is
buy the
not
tickets, buy the tickets
available
now.
to the general public. So, this is where you can buy Dark Harbor tickets immediately right now. All right, everybody, we want to thank you for coming out to learn about Dark Harbor this year, and this is your Queen Mary's Dark Harbor Midsummer Scream panel.
They brought it. They brought the heat.
We'll see you this fall.
At this time, we ask that you collect all of your personal belongings
That was so
What
good.
the hell? That might be the move.
there.
What, the season
Hiding under
pass?
the chairs in the front row.
Tickets are $30 right now.
For the season pass?
For the general early admission.
No, how much is the season
Enjoy
pass?
the rest of your experience.
Fast Ride pre-sale,
We don't care
54.
about we care about the pass.
Express pre-sale pass is $100.
$100 for the season pass? Talk to me.
Yeah. Wait, Evil? Oh, no, that's Evil Express pre-sale. What's the season pass? Early entry pre-sale, Fast Ride,
Excuse me?
general admission. I don't see the preseason. I don't see the season the season one.
Oh, it's not
I want
there?
the season one. That's what I want.
You want the seasoning.
I want the season.
You don't know what the blend.
I
you
want that
the
Laurie's seasoning. Dang, that's the news.
I thought they were kidding. Usually when they say, when you look under your chair and everyone starts looking and then they're like, there's nothing there. I literally thought they were pulling my leg. Then everyone started going wild. I was like, let me see. I'm like, no, all I have is the chair sticker under there.
I ripped it still. Someone's not getting their deposit back. All right, so people are already waiting in line for the HHN panel.
No way, dude.
Yeah.
It's 3 p.m., so 3 hours beforehand?
Yep.
Wow.
Alright, in the meantime, let's go enjoy downstairs. We're gonna do a little merch search, grab Ricky a drink possibly, hydration of sorts. Then at 3:45 we have the kaiju himself, the panel for the kaiju himself, the celebration of the years of history for Godzilla. And after that we're gonna race up here. So let's go. Saludos guys. Are you guys pumped? Queen Mary just shot off to the top of the list.
You think it's beating Six Flags right now?
That's the question, guys.
For opening night?
If you were here for the panel yesterday with the info, who's winning out? Is it Six Flags or Queen Mary? They opening the same night? No, there's a third location that's got that same night. They got another third event. Oh yeah.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah, buck up the code. That's cool though. Congrats on that.
Congrats.
That's awesome. Oh yeah, enjoy, man. Yeah, talk about lucky, he got that pass.
Good thing you blocked out the code.
Jackie Orlando, thank you.
No, that's so cool.
Making our way downtown, walking harness. And make our way through.
So that's that. I'm at 18% on this phone over here.
All right, I'll get you another battery pack right now. Wait, what's the next panel that everyone's like,
Be careful with the stairs.
Nope.
No te voy a decir volando.
Gravity.
Gravity. Dang. By far, my favorite panel of just in general.
Yeah. Oh, they're all trying to get to the Hell House.
Oh.
They're doing the movie one.
Oh, yeah. That makes sense.
We can opt out on that one.
Yeah.
Let's go. Oh, the Blumhouse 15. I swear, there's not enough time.
The Blumhouse?
Blumhouse.
What is it?
The Scream meter.
Oh, I would blow that through the.
You think so?
I would get first
You think so? Next scored 128 wins.
What do you win?
I don't know what you win. Maybe a shirt? You go for a shirt?
What'd you get?
120.
Wait, is she getting something because she scored so high?
That's pretty cool. Scream box, hit loud and stand out, share your score. Get in the van. Get in the van.
But she didn't get anything.
Well, it's the top 3. Next to score 128 wins.
I think I would win.
You want to attempt? Go. Go. I want to. I'm sorry. You talk the talk. I want to hear it.
Imagine I get a super low score. Oh wait, we have to do like a whole sign up thing.
Yeah, we'll do the whole sign up thing right now.
Oh no,
I'll do it right now. I will do it for you right now.
That's gonna take
You
too
get
long.
this. You place in the top 3. You get a double right now. Do it for the double. Lily's like, put me in the coach. Put me in, coach. Go, go.
How do we? Are they in line?
Are you guys in line?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
You scream in the booth, the louder you get, if you get the loudest, you get our last prize. If you're interested in that competition,
It's the last prize. I don't know what the last prize is.
It's a t-shirt.
Dude, you want to do it for the shirt?
well, what, you have nothing to lose, it's the last day. They say to do something scary every single day, so if you're scared of this, you should do it. Challenge yourself, push yourself.
You have to sign up.
Make this lovely price, 120.
You want to do it?
120. That's pretty. That's all the girls are getting. 120.
Hold on, let me do it for you.
Do it.
Oh, sorry. No, I need that other link. Okay.
They're saying to do it.
If you signed up, then you should have an email.
I feel like I could get close, but I.
No, you said
my voice is gone though. It's recovering right now. Yeah, I had no voice like barely 2 weeks. What was it? A week ago? That would be the only reason why I don't. If I come out red as a.
Go yell in my room.
Yeah, we're signing up right now. Thank you.
Ahead of the curve.
Imagine Eli did something wrong for inspiration. Ooh, okay. I have to imagine. I have to manifest this.
How do you make a bunch
It's a screen box. I'm gonna see how loud it is.
No cat for you.
I don't get that.
Or are you waiting to
Yeah. Hey, there we go. Perfect. Happy.
You're good.
No.
Hi, did you sign in?
Screen box.
Screen box. Oh, I love your outfit. You look amazing.
We don't have costumes today because we're going to Oogie Boogie. We're gonna have costumes at Oogie Boogie though.
Well, we had. Did they see your fit already?
Yeah.
They saw your fit? I didn't show you your fit.
Hold on, let me go in there.
No, in that case, they can wait till the video.
Wait till the video?
Is the video uploading?
Oh yeah, it's uploading right now.
Okay, so heads up right now, guys. The way we're gonna plan today is this. Do not click off this stream once it's over. We're gonna load in, if possible, the foodie vlog for DCA Oogie, like Halloween food already. It's done. Shout out to the queen who went ahead and took care of that one today for us while we were driving around.
It's not an intricate edit though.
Hey, I think it's a funny shoot. Period.
It's a chill, cute.
It's a very delirious, tired, stream. I love our video. I love it.
Yeah.
I love it. I'm most impressed that we ate all that in about 37 minutes and 42 seconds. That's incredible.
Yeah,
that's just eating time. That's just eating time.
That was a lot of junk that we ate. That was crazy.
That was crazy.
Wait, don't be stepping like
Thank you.
super bad.
Bro, so after that, stay in the video because from there we're gonna live stream from Oogie Boogie. So you guys aren't allowed to click off at all today. You're here, the one-stop shop for all your spooky needs.
Oh wait, I'm all in the reflection. They're all out of prizes. No, let's go.
You're doing it for a double right now.
She already did it. They don't have prizes.
It's okay. Do it for double.
If I get 120 and above?
Yeah, 125.
Okay.
125, good? What?
Let's say
shake on it.
Say 125.
It's nice to meet you.
I'm like, you can mail me my prize.
You can mail me my prize. You can hang on to that? You want me to hang on to that?
No, hang on to this.
Oh, they're all going into the little room. Do you need a phone to record yourself?
I'm just gonna go in there.
You do it?
Oh my gosh, if I get a low score, I'm just so disappointed about myself. I'm like, how? I'm pretty sure I can muster up some sort of scream.
We'll see.
You have to have complete confidence in me. Like, you have to be like, no, I've heard you, yo.
Release.
Oh, let me give you guys a mic.
No, do it with the mic.
No,
do it with
they're
the
gonna
mic.
blow their eardrums are gonna be. Do you guys want mic or no mic? That's gonna be crazy loud if I do it with the mic.
Wakanda, don't forget to buy the Magic Key Sipper. It's so cool.
No, I'm gonna have you record me through the site.
Okay.
Should I imagine that Eli just did?
I threw a mouse at you.
I'm never coming out.
Highest overall is 130, and it's down to 129, 129.
Alright, I got this, guys.
If you get the highest scream, you get that hand sanitizer right there.
Alright, wish me luck.
Good luck, little Beetlejuice. Wow, that was impressive. That was impressive. Dang, Beetlejuice don't mess around. Let's see. Okay, we ain't mad. We ain't mad.
I did not do that.
Thank you. Pardas. See you guys. Pardon me. Not bad. You didn't warm up. Yeah. You went in cold start. Not bad. Not bad. 116.
That's such a cool costume.
Oh, they're so cute. All right, we have. Pardon me. Let's enjoy the show floor for a bit. See if we.
Let me get the mic back.
I have the mic. Okay. Abby, go in front.
Alright, I'm back.
Yeah, that was pretty good. Round of applause for Becky. Pretty good. You can still get a drink, but yeah,
Okay.
it won't be a double.
Oh, I'm sad.
Ooh, the monsters from Universal are still out here today.
Oh, that's cool. It's a bride.
Oh, that's great.
That makes that photo op a million times better if you
It
can meet
does.
them.
That is so cool.
Like, yeah, we meet them at Universal, but to meet them here, I feel like it's more
amongst
special.
like other fans of like the spookiness.
Yeah, that's really cool. All right.
Oh, that's a great one.
That is such a funny photo. I love
Oh, you're fine. You're fine. Wow, they are incredible.
Oh, that is so cute.
Oh, that's so beautiful. That is dope. That is dope. All right. We have a few minutes. Do you want to go do Lionsgate real quick?
Let's see
yeah, people have like really taken killer costumes to the next level.
The bride is so happy to be here.
Oh,
Like,
yeah.
The bride.
Yeah.
The bride.
It's because like yes, they are appreciated at like Universal, and like the fans go over there. But when you're like amongst your people, like your tribe, your community, like you geek out. What am I explaining to you guys? You guys feel the same way when you guys pop into the stream, you know? So like this is your gente, your vibe. Killer popcorn.
Killer popcorn. Is that really what it
If
is?
that's a plushie at the park, you are getting that. I'm just letting you know that right now. Killer
Is that a
popcorn.
character?
I think that's a new character.
Oh, that's so sick.
Yeah.
They should have meet and greets like that at Scary Farm. Okay. Let's get back into the Hall of Shadows.
Alright, if you missed it on yesterday's stream, we covered the majority of the walkthroughs already. The only one we're missing is Lionsgate. We're gonna see if we can get that one done today. Then go back into a little bit of merch searching. Around 3:30-ish, we're gonna make our way back upstairs to go ahead and enjoy the Godzilla, the Kaiju panel. We got some Godzilla fans in it, and rightfully so. You know, we're at a monster event, a spooky event. You know, we love our clowns, we love the scary, the gore, the spooky stuff. But you know, Godzilla's got a place in our hearts, guys. We gotta go show mad respect.
Babe, you're so lucky.
What?
You're so lucky that I can only yell at you
At 116?
Yeah, there's girls that are yelling at 130.
I work in 160, so it's okay.
You're so blessed.
No, I already come out out of work deaf. Alright, let's go see. It's 1 hour wait.
Dude.
Hold on, but that might not be for the other line. Let me see. Let's find out. Let's find out. 1 second.
Hold on, guys. Let us get through this little area.
It's busy area. Whoa, it's all the way out here. We're going. Pullback media? Hold on. Quick question, bro. Is it a 1 hour wait for Goldbat as well? No. You want to check your wristband? You're all good to go. Cool. Thank you, man. Thank you.
Excuse me.
All right, let's see how long this is.
What did you ask him, baby?
Huh?
What did you ask him?
If this was the Voodoo section.
No, you did not.
Okay, so a little bit of context for those that weren't here with us at the very beginning of like when we started doing spooky season and spooky stuff.
Yeah.
Voodoo has always been like and for our channel, it's synonymous for like you know, like the bubble guts. It's code for bubble guts.
Yeah.
So like I always get a kick, you know, and I'm such a kid. I'm like, they said voodoo. Cody Small with a $2 super chat says, where is your costume for Oogie Boogie Bash tonight? I don't know, Cody. I don't know where they are. I have no clue.
You guys will see him.
Yeah. Take it from top. Cody. Rah, rah, rah. Hearts in the chat for Cody. Bless his own blessing.
Hearts in the chat. Hearts in the chat. I'm excited. This has no chart.
Oh, give me another one. My bad.
Alright, so we heard that this is one of the best, what is it called? Haunted houses, or a preview of a haunted house. I wish that Lionsgate would actually make a whole entire haunted attraction for Halloween.
A whole land would be sick.
Hey Lisa, it's going great. How are you?
Can you borrow your phone?
We do Sweethearts Night. It's just this year we just weren't able to.
Yeah, we had our tickets bought and everything. It's just, we've talked about it in the past what happened this year. And so it was a day that we thought we were ready to go out and we just weren't.
We like dressing up for Sweethearts.
Yeah.
It's like, I just like dressing up, period.
Hopefully next year we'll be able to attend to all of them. This is like, even though like it sometimes it feels like a rinse and repeat thing, for us it's fun to dress up, do the photos together, like make those memories, the wifey and I, and then of course bring you guys along, which is always fun.
Fun.
like a brown fancy one, you know?
Oh,
be very cool.
that'd be nice.
Cool.
That'd be nice.
Something chocolate would be very lovely.
Chocolate.
Hell yeah.
Chocolatito.
You guys love Godzilla? Yes, you love Godzilla like we love Godzilla.
It's cool that you get your photo taken here too.
You know, it's funny that you mentioned that because originally we had bought the Bride of Frankenstein and our Frankenstein costumes or fits that we wore for HHN last year for Sweethearts Night. But we ended up wearing it for that and it just didn't go through. Pippin, roll the $5 for Justin. Thank you for streaming. Oh my gosh, I get a 10 virtually.
Are you going to put your stuff down right there?
It was just yesterday. More than welcome on that one.
The floor.
I'm going to put it over here. Oh yeah, no worries, no worries. Let's take it from the top. Fin Roo. Fin Roo. Fin Roo. Hearts in chat for Fin Roo. Blessings on blessings. Is Ghostface not running tonight?
Alright, I think that we're next. Hold on.
No worries.
You two want a photo?
Yeah, then. Cool. Perfect. Thank you so much. Will do. Alright, go over it. Alright, careful. Let's go.
I hope that photo came out good.
Me too, because I sucked in my gut. For real. So it should be okay. I ate way too much today.
Thank you.
Yeah, Cody, you just stay right here. We will make sure that you guys just get transported like the magic carpet from spot to spot today. Don't you go nowhere. We're on the right side, the tight side. Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, this is cool.
Dale.
What the hell? Wow! Whoa! I had my mouth open.
Sheriff, news update. What is the situation here now?
Uh-oh. This looks like something bad.
Whoa!
I have no voice to scream anymore after that scream that I did.
You're just silent.
Oh my gosh.
Really? Not little Michael. No. No. Ah, homework.
You're like paperwork.
What? Whoa! He's real. He was doing that lockjaw punch. Whoa! We have to go through here? That's crazy. Whoa!
Yeah.
That's nuts.
Not fun.
Wow. Thank you.
Wait. Okay,
No, I'm leaving you behind. This is a horror movie. Oh my gosh.
I'm asking you to help me, dude.
Dude, I was stuck. Ah, I hit my head.
That was crazy. That was crazy. You okay?
Yeah, I'm cool.
You lost some brain cells in there?
I lost the last two I had. Oh, it's right there on the floor. Let's pick him up. It's Bane and Batman. Alright, you want to do the other maze or you want to go into the shopping?
What's the other maze?
Hold on. I'll get with the chat in a moment. Let me swing around. 321. Regardless.
You want to do the bar that's in here?
The Smash Pumpkin place? Let's go.
What was the last maze that we did in here?
No, that was the last maze.
Or did we do this one?
Realm of Shadows. Is that a maze? Oh, the line's not that long, so let's just go in. Thank you. Go. Costumes are so amazing. Ooh.
Oh, is it just like a walkthrough experience?
It might be. Oh, go right ahead.
Two? Thank you.
Oh, thank you. What am I looking at? Are there rules in this game?
Oh, wait, what is it?
I don't know what's going on. Hold on, hold on.
Is it like a little game?
I don't know what it is. I gotta read through it. I'm excited though. Está bonito. Oh, thank you. Okay, man, because I'm not seeing them on my end. Thank you for confirming. Is that the chair from Game of Thrones?
Where?
In there. Is that a giant spider? Hey there. Two.
We're a free haunt out of Norwalk. So today is a preview of our upcoming event for the fall. Feel free to take pictures. There's a throne you can get comfortable on, and then in October when you visit us in Norwalk, that's when we're scaring you for real. Okay?
Nice, yeah, looking forward to it.
So to come right on in.
Thank you. Yeah. Good, buddy. Yes, we will go to the HHN panel after the Godzilla panel.
You want photos with anybody?
This is cool.
Look at the bat thing.
The bat is all awesome. I love the drawing of this one. Hold on, me like, whoa, that's cool. Sana, sana, colita de rana.
The muscles.
Yeah.
You want photos? Here, get
Yeah,
in
we
there.
need photos,
Get
yeah.
in there.
Yes.
Yeah, wait, that's
Appreciate you,
it.
bud.
Okay.
Hold it. There we go.
Thank
Perfect.
you.
Thank you. Too cool.
That came out sick.
It did. Está very nice. Qué cool is that? What a man.
Oh, look if you have my back. That's nice. I cannot believe that they're all the way from Norwalk.
That's not bad. We can make that drive in October.
How far is that?
Huh?
How far is that?
Hour something. Depends on with traffic, but we can plan it in.
An hour something?
Hour something.
See, I appreciate this.
This is cool.
It's a cool, like, photo op area.
This is nice. This is very nice.
Put the gimbal down so, like, that doesn't come out.
Oh yeah. That is too cool.
Here, I'll take a photo. I'll take a photo.
No, I'll take a photo of you.
No, because the other one I messed up. Go. Get in there. Here, I'll hold this real quick.
Good. You have no voice.
I'm telling you, I was recovering.
Oh, you just finished getting it back too.
No, I didn't have it fully. I had it like 90% back.
Right.
Let's go to the bar.
Let's go to the bar.
Let's go to the bar to forget about these nightmares. The realm of... You want to see your photo?
Bum, bum, bum. I do. Where's the smash bar? This way. Ooh, ositos. No, Huggy, you were supposed to be at HHN, right? Oh, but yeah, he's also got a new event in Japan.
And some people even like to smash pumpkins. That's what it reminds you of.
That's funny.
Is it a bar or no?
It should be a bar.
Okay. I have to get the back of your shirt somewhere. Because you have Sam in the back of your shirt. Maybe in there.
Did we see Murdy? We see Murdy every year.
Yeah.
Yeah. We usually get to interview him, but not this year.
Yeah.
Since we're gonna go straight to Oogie Boogie.
He's gonna be doing the panels and
Yeah.
he's here.
He did his signings in the morning. Yeah, Murdy took Becky's suggestion on merchandise, so it looks nice. Also, shout out to the to the Universal Studios merch squad, the whole dream team. But yeah, it was nice chatting last time for FanFest ideas. So I look forward to chatting some more.
What kind of drinks they got here? Can you see?
There's beef eater. There's beef eater. You want a mixed drink or you just want it on the rocks?
On the rocks.
Whiskey, go away. We get Jameson if you want Jameson.
That was scary. Well, besides you hitting your head, what did you think about the Lionsgate thing?
I thought it was cool. It was cool. I like. You gotta love the strangers like that. They are very, because so far their storyline doesn't associate a motive for why they're doing what they're doing.
Yeah.
It makes them that much more scarier.
Yeah.
Because up till like when the first film like kind of like ran or like it showed you, you're kind of thinking Michael Myers, like that relentless killer type of thing. But this is a different thing. So it's pretty cool.
Yeah, I really like. I always like seeing Billy in any of the mazes.
Yeah.
So I appreciated that room.
Well, like the masks were pretty cool to see that collection. It reminded me of the homie in the chat who also collects the Michael Myers mask.
Yeah.
And just the quality of it. So that was pretty cool. The house wine is $15. We will take all the house wine.
Like we'll take the whole bottle.
Yes.
So that one was a cool one. What else was in the Lionsgate? The first room. I don't know what movie it was based off of. The first little like area from Lionsgate. The first little.
Oh, the little short dude? I don't remember.
Yeah, I don't know.
The Horseman Pizza Bar? Oh, we have to. Thank you for the suggestion. Hey there.
Hi.
What do you want?
On the rocks.
Let me get 2 whiskeys on the rocks, please.
Oh, the 80? How much is it?
Oh, yeah, no.
Thank you.
Yeah, we took it off last night.
Good. You don't want to sleep with that. So
Yeah.
I mean, it's not proof. The next morning you're like, okay, that was good.
Yeah, that's true.
Jack or James?
James. good time.
It's a spooky pizza bar. Oh, that's cool.
I didn't know there was a spooky pizza bar. Like, I'm down. Perfect. Thank you. Gracias. All right, just real quick. Pa arriba, pa abajo, pa el centro, pa dentro. Yes.
To what?
To an amazing Midsummer Scream event. A big thank you again to Midsummer Scream for hosting us, for providing us, allowing us to come. The first year ever as influencers. We've been able to come before as media and other items as well, which has always been great. This has been wonderful, and we're ever so grateful to be able to bring you guys who love the spookies to this. And then we're going to an Oogie Boogie later today, so cannot wait.
It's always like that.
Are we? Let's make our way through because the other event's almost ready.
You gotta cheers it up.
Pardon me. Careful, careful. Excuse me. Let's roll. Alright, give me just 1 sec to navigate through all this, guys. It's a little crowded. I'll get to the chat in a moment.
Is it time for the other panel, or what are we doing now?
Yeah, we're headed to the next panel.
Okay. Get on the other side of you.
Oh yeah, sorry about my bag. Looking forward to Villains Go Up tonight. It should be an interesting one. We've never done Oogie Boogie getting to it late, so we're excited to see if the tips and tricks we know of attending almost like a year's worth or like a decade's worth of it is very cool. Whoa! Yeah! Bum, 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 bum. That's epic.
I think what I've noticed though is that a lot of the haunted houses are going clown heavy this year.
It's because of art.
I feel like there's so many clown. Even Knott's Yarn Firm is always the king of clowns, but I feel like with Carnival and everything else. But yeah, I'm seeing like a big theme this year.
I love the Western looks. These are dope. Hold on. Yeah, let's go upstairs.
Let's go? Okay. So cool.
Go right ahead.
Excuse me? Sorry. Did they let you in with
It's not the world's beautiful fam. All right, we're headed over to the Godzilla info, to the panel. Let's go, let's go, let's go. What
panel is it again?
The Godzilla one. It should be in the promenade.
Oh, okay, okay.
Go for it, dude. Thank you so much. No, you're still welcome, guys. Go for it, go for it. Go for it.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah. Alright, making our ways upstairs. And then after this one, we're gonna fly into the HHN, the unknown.
And then that's gonna be the end of the day.
Yeah.
No shopping again. Oh my god, it's fine. I definitely want to go to the Creep IE one then.
Yes.
Or whatever. No, it's not. It's Creep It Real.
Creep It Real. We'll go shopping at Creep It Real.
There's two coming up. That's why I keep confusing the names.
Oh,
so
it
there's
does
Creep
happen.
It Real.
Left, hang left. Hang left.
And then there's Creep IE.
Yes.
But they have similar events going on, just different locations.
Yes.
Okay, going up? Hold on a second.
Wait, where are we going?
I'm gonna do something real quick. Oops. Wait, baby.
Take your time.
Okay. Littering is not okay, kids.
Yeah, kids.
I'm a mom. I'm a mommy. I'm a mamacita.
That's Christina Ortega's line. She tells that rap all the time. Hold on. Ba-da-da.
Is this it, or is this the HHN one?
No, this is HHN. Hold on.
You went the wrong way?
No, let me double check. Oh, it's at the Franken stage. I'm so sorry.
Okay, turning around. U-turn. U-turn. Beep, beep, beep.
Where's the Franken stage?
You can ask the staff.
Hold on, let me look it up on the map. Paramount Scares, Queen Mary.
Is it all the way up? Like another step up?
Hold on.
What are you looking for? A promenade? There's a sign right there that says like the stages and the arrows.
Oh, thank you.
Dude, there's no signal around here.
I know, that's what I lost. No, that's promenade stage. I don't
Which
need
one are you
promenade. I
looking
need Frankenstein stage.
Frankenstein? Do you know where the Frankenstein stage is?
I believe it's this way. I could be wrong, but I think it's the second one down here.
Oh, like past it?
I think so.
Okay, thank you.
Is it the Frankenstein?
Yeah.
It's right here.
Oh, right over this?
Yeah.
Just keep going? Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Alright, let's go, baby. Oh my god, some of these makeups are
Like on point. On point. Well, how hard is it to find Godzilla? Outside theater.
I think last year that bar that was inside of the Hall of Shadows was better than this year's. I think last year's was better decorated.
Yeah.
This year it felt like it was just a room with a bar in it.
The bar.
So like, oh.
Yeah.
And then I also missed the Corona Han. It makes me think of the Corona Han for some reason. Oh, sorry.
Oh, excuse me.
Sorry. Wait, is it this?
No, this is Urban Death. This is the one with adult rated.
Oh, the show? Look, there's more vendors than we missed on the floor.
This is the cute stuff, but they were closed when we came earlier. Or came last night, I guess.
Are we going this way? Are we going this way?
Keep going. Keep going.
I think we finally found where we need to be.
Saludos. What up, Fam Bam? What up, 710 Oil?
Hey. Hello. Alright, let's continue.
Darn. Everyone here's waiting for beignets.
Huh?
Yeah, Godzilla Panel?
Perfect.
Sweet.
Hey, everybody get it. 345 Godzilla Panel.
Yeah. Godzilla,
That's
Godzilla,
cool.
Godzilla.
The fandom.
Yes. This is our people.
I wonder if there's like capacity, if we're gonna hit capacity soon. 3:45. What time is it now?
3:35.
Did you see that?
Yeah, it was cool.
3:40. Okay. It's not
Yeah,
bad.
we're almost there.
Not bad at all. I'm gonna need a pickup after this, so
Pick up what?
like a coffee, like a pick me up.
Oh yeah. I got energy drinks for me and coffee.
No, with the heat.
It's
and
different.
I'm just like, whoo.
It cooks.
And then plus we didn't really get sleep, so like a little bit like that today.
We're gonna be like that all week. All week. It's training.
That's the only way to do it.
It's training.
That's the only way to do it.
Remember what your mother-in-law said? You're built different. Hey!
Our mother-in-law said that?
Yeah.
She said that to you, not to me.
She did both. You gotta deal with me. Built different.
We're excited, guys. There's a buzz in the air.
It could be the whiskey.
Oh, that might be true.
Happy Sunday. We're gonna go line though. All right, guys. So what have you been enjoying the most? For those that got to see the HHN panel, I'm sorry, for the ones who got to see the Dark Harbor and the ones who got to see Six Flags, what are we excited for?
Lily's excited for the escape room at Dark Harbor.
That does sound cool. Can you hold this for a second?
What did you miss when you left?
Huh?
What did you miss? I don't even know what you're like caught up with and what you're not.
Oh, I was watching it.
Oh, you're watching it? You got your Cusco Poison Sipper? Let's go.
Yeah, we were going to pick ours up this morning, but I wanted to have it with me at the parks. So I might, if I'm still up for it, I'll pick it up. We'll see. Because there's time for bevies. We gotta pick up some bevies.
Skip Godzilla, go shopping? I can't. I wish I could.
You never skip Godzilla.
We promised some people we'd be here.
Besides,
I volunteer as tribute.
We'll get to the other spooky events. Plus, your outfit looks great today, so.
What does that have to do with anything?
You already went shopping.
Oh,
it's okay. I'll take you more shopping later.
Oh, I wanted to get see it, but we're not gonna have time. We're gonna go straight into the HHN after this one.
Technically, yeah. Why?
The Cat's Intuition.
Do you want to go see it?
No, it's fine. We'll do this next time. It's next time. Yeah, because we have no time.
There's no time. It's just because like everything goes by so quick because there's so many other things we're covering this time.
Scary Mary. You know what the Ortega fam said? That I look like Scary Mary. So you better watch out, babe. Throw some makeup on.
Did you piss off Christina or the girls?
Imagine I did that
Ralph
cosplay.
lives with girls. He would never say something like that. That's got to come from one of them.
Dude, imagine I did that dress with the teddy bear
Nope.
and like
Nope.
I think I could pull it off.
No. So I think I've shared this story before, but like Becky used to have like long black hair, and so she loved like. So we in our home we have a long hallway to get to like the far back room where we like do editing and like all this stuff, and so like. You know, it's the same thing as anyone who's ever grown up where you hit the lights and like you gotta run so that you know that Kukui doesn't get you. Well, Becky would turn off the lights and wait right there in the white like dress, like outfit with the hair like forward and like slowly make the noise of like to try to get me to go out there and like turn the lights on. And as soon as I would, she'd be like,
oh yeah, I forgot that I used to scare or try to scare Eli, and he would get freaked out. He'd be like, please don't do that. He's like, that is so scary. Yeah, I remember I used to do that.
Because she would leave the TV on like on static, you know, channel 3, and just like, and then she'd just be there like.
It's just like the scare actor in me, I guess.
I was like, I'll do the dishes. I'm sorry, I forgot to take out the trash. It was my week to clean up after the dogs. You're so mean to me. You're so mean to me.
No, if I were to get the black long wig, I could do those noises like the.
What are we on battery on that one? I forgot to plug that in. That's what I was trying to get.
Don't give me this because I will drink this.
Drink it if you want. It's fine.
No. Battery check. Hold on, guys.
That's charging that, right?
Will be. You can have that. You can have that. I think I gave it enough juice. I don't think it has juice anymore though. It might have zapped everything out.
Fine.
And the bad thing about this convention is that they don't run on fuel rods. They run on a different program, but they do have batteries that you can go and like pick up. Ooh. I like that for this horror convention, you can have fake props here for costumes. So I feel like that's what makes it a lot more different. Like, yeah, we can dress up at the theme parks, but they have more strict rules. And granted, there is regulations for this convention as well, but it's a little bit more lenient. Versus like, at Disneyland, like things you gotta check out, like your dress can't dry on the floor. Like all this other stuff. No props. Basically, no props whatsoever.
Well, like the LA Convention Center can be tough like that for some of their locations, and I know Ontario can be a little tough.
I'm confused. Let's go shopping. Here. You want this or you want me to hold it for you?
You can hold it as you sip on it.
Yeah. You can hold. No, I can't. I want you to have it too.
I want the juice.
No, it's because I will knock out if I have to keep myself at a good level today.
There are no cats here, I'm sorry.
No.
345 Godzilla panel, right over here.
You want a corner?
You're not gonna
in front of the screen, no?
Yeah, we can go right here.
Or what do you think?
If you want to go around, I'll be right behind you, so you can sit down. Yeah, go around.
You're gonna stand up?
Yeah, I'll stand up.
Time?
Yeah. Out of respect.
Excuse me? Sorry. You'll be right there?
Yeah, I'll be right here. You're so pretty.
You're saying that because I dyed my hair orange.
You are the pumpkin queen. Hey! 70 years of Kaiju. Godzilla and the Monsters of Toho.
Oh, babe, we forgot to go talk to our friends at the haunted car wash. Just to talk. We can shoot him an email though.
We'll see at the Kribai.
345 Godzilla panel.
Are we gonna go?
Yeah. We should be able to. We'll see. I'm trying to get everything in. I'm telling you, I feel like a mom trying to fit everyone, kids' schedules and get to everything for Halloween. I'm telling you, we need to lose the day jobs just so we can do more spooky stuff. We don't need to be responsible. Right, guys? Yeah. Give me the whiskey talk.
Right, guys? There's all silence.
So he's like, no, you and jobs. Hi.
If that wasn't where
He's nice.
Smash the like button, you guys. It really helps out the channel. Let's get this stream to get pushed out to more Halloween horror fans, more B+E Family.
Ooh, so Steve Rifle, author with Ed Godzilla on Godzilla, the first 7 years, the official illustrated history of the Japanese production. That's how it all looks. Ooh, special thanks to Rick Rice and David Markman.
We good to go?
Yep.
All right.
You're good.
Welcome everybody. Thanks for being here on a Sunday.
Yeah.
My name is Steve Rifle, and we're going to talk a little bit about Japanese giant monsters today. So I hope you're ready for that.
No, go right ahead. Yeah.
I'm here. I was invited to speak with you today. Thank you, Midsummer Scream, for that. But I'm one of the authors of this new book that just came out from Abrams about 4 or 5 weeks ago, called Godzilla, the First 70 Years. It covers all the Toho productions, live action and anime, from 1954 through Godzilla -1, basically up to the Academy Award. So we're really proud of this. This is a licensed book from Toho. It's got 900 and some odd pictures in it, including a lot of behind-the-scenes production stills. And I'm sitting right over there across the hallway, so if anybody's interested in checking it out, we have some copies for stuff here. But for today, what we're going to do is kind of keep it high level. This is 70 years of history, and that's a lot to cover in less than an hour. So we're just going to kind of keep it general, keep it light, keep it fun, but I want to talk a little bit about the origins and the history, and we'll try to get through as much history as we can in the short amount of time that we do have. And now we're going to get my clicker. Oh, there. The book. So, again, I've been writing about this stuff for a long time, and like a lot of you, I love Godzilla. I love this kind of movie. I grew up in Los Angeles watching these films primarily on television, and even though I watched all kinds of horror movies, all kinds of science fiction movies at that time, the Japanese movies really appealed to me in a special way, largely because the monsters were so incredible and so fantastic, and there's so much imagination in these films, but also I think because they're from Japan, they're from this mysterious place, again, the world was a little different when I was growing up. There was no internet, and there wasn't even home video yet. But these films always intrigued me on a level that I really think I'm only really just now beginning to understand as an adult. The more I spent quite a bit of my life actually devoted to this stuff. So it's a history of destruction. That's one of the things that really appeals to me about these films, and I'm sure to you too, the spectacle of destruction. But why are we looking at these movies now, looking back on the history of them at 70 years? Well, I think we're at a really interesting point in time because, as you may know, these films were kind of disregarded and disrespected for a long period of time. Right now, they're at their peak of their popularity. I went to Comic-Con a few weeks ago. When I used to go to Comic-Con and search for Godzilla stuff, there was nothing. A few things, a few scraps. Godzilla was everywhere. And that's largely due to things like the Legendary franchise. The popularity of those films has certainly assisted with the overall popularity of Godzilla around the world. Godzilla -1, of course, exploded and won the Academy Award. But we're at a point now where these films are being studied by college students, both at the undergrad and grad level. People are writing their master's theses and their doctoral dissertations on them. Of course, they're part of the Criterion collection. And as I mentioned, not too long ago, Godzilla -1 won the Academy Award for visual effects. At a point in time, not too long ago, that was unthinkable. And it's quite a remarkable turnaround for the fortunes of Godzilla. I just want to talk a little bit about the distinction between, we're talking about 70 years of kaiju today, right? What's the difference between the word monster or the concept of a monster and kaiju? It's a subtle thing, but I think it's an important one to kind of launch this discussion from. Monsters in the Western sense, and I'm really overgeneralizing now, but monsters in the Western sense generally come out of folklore and our literary traditions, and they're generally humanoid creatures. Of course, we have giant monsters of our own, but they're generally, in their origins, humanoid creatures, recognizably human, that have been afflicted with some sort of either deformity or disease, or in the case of the Invisible Man or Frankenstein, science gone wrong. In the case of, now certainly Japan has its own tradition of ghost stories and things like that, but the word kaiju, it pre-existed Godzilla, but Godzilla is the urtext or the origins of the concept, the modern concept of the kaiju. And these creatures in Japanese science fiction films, there are these recognizable tropes that they follow, generally a monster coming out of the ocean or arriving from somewhere and destroying the cities. And what just happened? Oh, here we go. We were having a little trouble with this guy earlier. Oh, here we go. One of the distinctions, though, is that Japanese monsters, and this is certainly true of Godzilla, as you know, are born out of tragedy and trauma. I think it's pretty widely understood and accepted by now that Godzilla is, in its original state, it arrived here as a metaphorical representation of the atomic bomb, what happened at Hiroshima and Nagasaki. As you probably know, the filmmakers, particularly Ishiro Honda, the original director, had fought in World War II, and he had actually witnessed the aftermath of Hiroshima when he was repatriated after the war. And it left this scar on him. But so many people working in the film industry, not just on this film, were affected by the war in immediate ways, and they carried that into their work. And certainly Godzilla is not unique in this regard, but it is characterized and defined by this. And throughout that first film, there are images that really represent and are evocative of actual footage and photographs from the war. This photograph on the left is from Time magazine. It was taken by a photographer in the immediate aftermath of the atomic bombing. And look, there's a scene, and this may be pure happenstance, but it nonetheless is very evocative of actual records of the war. There are numerous scenes in the film that depict scenes of destruction that are really representative or really, remind us of what happened in real life. So this wasn't by accident. So one of the main differences that I just want to point out before we go forward, of course, Godzilla arrived at this time in our history when there were so many of these fantastic science fiction films that were coming out in the wake of the Cold War and the nuclear arms race and all the fear that was associated with that. The Beast from 20,000 Fathoms was an immediate influence on Godzilla. The producer, who I'll talk about in a second, Tomoyuki Tanaka, was inspired by the success and the popularity of The Beast from 20,000 Fathoms, which, by the way, is about a dinosaur reawakened by a nuclear test that goes to New York and tramples the city there. But the difference between what happens in these atomic monster movies that were so popular in the 1950s in the United States, coming out of Hollywood, is they're very speculative. We, of course, were fearful, or our parents or grandparents were fearful of a nuclear war, but they had no clear idea of what that would look like, whereas the Japanese had experienced it. So the images of destruction in films like Rodan and the Mysterians and Mothra and Godzilla are far more vivid. I mean, they went the extra mile and actually depicted scenes of apocalyptic destruction upon their cities. It's kind of funny, I mean, not funny, but you look at it today and there's so many of these big budget Hollywood movies where they basically end with the world on the brink of total destruction. If you look back at the origins of science fiction cinema, particularly these giant monster films of the 50s, they never went that far because we didn't have a point of reference in the way that the Japanese did. So that's why I say the Japanese films are about what next, what happens now. They've already experienced one level of destruction. And of course, Japan is a country that in its history, throughout its history, has experienced many earthquakes, tsunamis, all kinds of natural disasters. And of course, they've had the nuclear disaster at Hiroshima and also at Fukushima. So it's a country that has experienced this type of trauma many times, and it's represented in their films. And of course, Dr. Serizawa and many of the characters, that's another difference between the two, many of the characters, especially in that early period of the 1950s, resolved the story with a self-sacrifice, just as Serizawa did to beat Godzilla. I'll get the hang of this clicker, by the way. Let's talk about the films and kind of go in chronological order. And again, I have a lot of ground to cover, so I'm going to kind of go pretty fast here. And I know a lot of you guys are probably really knowledgeable, and some of this is going to be really remedial for you. But I hope you'll find some new and interesting factoids in here as well. Now, the Godzilla films in Japan are really associated with the eras. In this country, we tend to think of things in terms of decades, and I will approach them in that fashion because it's just easier for me. But in terms of the Japanese way of thinking about these types of films and a lot of different things, they're associated with the era of the emperor during which they were made. So the first cycle of Godzilla films is generally referred to as the Showa films. Some of the key figures that, and there are many people who are responsible for these films and for the success of them, but three people whose names you may be familiar with, and I want to keep them in mind because they're so important to this type of film. Tomoyuki Tanaka was the producer who came up with the idea for the first Godzilla film. Again, he was somebody who he became through his association with Godzilla and with other big important films that were made during this time period. He became one of the top producers at Toho, which was one of the big studios, and still remains one of the big studios, although the business has totally changed in Japan. He came up with the idea because he was aware of the success of the re-release of King Kong across the United States and the world in the early 50s. He also, again, was really acutely aware of the success of The Beast from 20,000 Fathoms. Eiji Tsuburaya was a highly innovative cameraman and really experimented with all types of different special effects and photography techniques. He won lots of awards in the 1930s and 40s especially. He developed his technique for using miniaturization largely on war propaganda films that were made in concert with the Japanese government. And Ishiro Honda, oh geez, are there any kids here? I guess that photo is not entirely appropriate. But Ishiro Honda is the director of the first Godzilla film and many of the sequel. He's really responsible for establishing the tone. So these are just some examples from the films that were made in the first cycle, basically the second half of the 50s. Going clockwise from the upper left, that's Godzilla, Godzilla Raids Again, Rodan, The Mysterians, a film called The H-Man, which I hope some of you have seen. It's not really a kaiju film, but it's more about science fiction. They call them in Japan these body transformation films. It's about a bunch of nuclear goblins running amok in Tokyo, and the one on the lower right is Buren and Unbelievable. I just show these because the first cycle of the films is very dark and very pessimistic. None of these films really has a happy ending. They often end with somebody sacrificing themselves to save the day and to defeat the monster. So that is really indicative of the tenor of the times. Japan, after the occupation, still went through for a number of years a really tough time. The economy took, you've probably heard about Japan's economic miracle that really was given rise in the 60s. But in the second half of the 50s, Japan was really still recovering and trying to get back on its feet, even though it had the assistance of the United States. It took a long time for its exporting and all these other things to get going before Japanese citizens started to enjoy the fruits of their labor. But at the dawn of the 1960s, things did start to change, and that really affected not only this genre, but cinema, Japanese cinema as a whole. How many of you have seen the film on the far left? That's the poster for the original Mothra from 1961. And what changed with the release of Mothra? Do you have any thoughts about what's different between Mothra, say, and Godzilla, which was made just 7 years earlier?
Color.
It's in color, yes. But in this isn't about a villain monster. This is actually the monster wins in this movie because the monster is on the side of the good. The monster is trying to rescue its muses, which are a pair of twin fairies who are kidnapped by a greedy capitalist who is kind of quasi-American. And it's actually an anagram of the King Kong story. That's the wrong word, but it's analogous to King Kong, but instead of the monster being taken to the city and forced to perform on stage, it's these fairies, and the monster comes to rescue them. So, and actually, director Honda acknowledged that this was basically his version of King Kong. But it's a fantasy. It has music. You remember the Mothra song, probably? It's much different than Godzilla, and they had realized in the second half of the 50s that they were kind of starting to repeat themselves, so that folks at Toho started to look for different ways to re-energize this formula. King Kong versus Godzilla, the second film in this triptych here, it's still the most highly attended Godzilla film in Japan of all time, in terms of sheer number of tickets sold. It rode the crest of popularity based on the sheer hype of having King Kong and Godzilla face off, of course, but it also was a bright, cheerful, comedic film. It's actually a hybrid of the kaiju film and the comedy. And the film on the far right, that's Frankenstein Conquers the World. I was just chatting outside with somebody who really likes this film. That's one of the things that's interesting about this time period. Both Mothra and Frankenstein Conquers the World are co-ventures between Toho and an American company, American studio. Actually, Columbia put money into the production of Mothra. And Frankenstein Conquers the World was made with a company called UPA. Because these films were so popular in the United States, I didn't even mention the fact that Godzilla, when it was brought to America, was remade with Raymond Burr inserted into the picture. And that's one of the reasons it exploded across the United States, because it basically was disguised as an American picture. Well, by now these films were really popular in the drive-ins and in the inner city type theaters where these type of pictures were shown, kind of B pictures, or the way they were approached in the United States. And American companies started putting money into them, and so that they could have the rights to the pictures, to distribute the pictures in the Western territories. But also they started, especially UPA, and you may be familiar with this aspect of them, UPA started sending these kind of semi-washed up Hollywood stars to Japan to act in these films, so that when they came over, yes, you would still have to dub the Japanese actors into English, but they have a Western face, an American face. And this is Nick Adams, who appeared in 2 of these films, and also Russ Tamblyn appeared in a film called The War of the Gargantuas. This is how I used to see these films back in the day, okay? They used to show on television here in Los Angeles. This is KTLA Channel 5. I don't even know if that's still the call letters of that station. I watched so many of these films on KTLA because back in the day, I guess they didn't have a big programming budget. They would run the same movie 5 times a week. So by the end of the week, I knew the dialogue. This is probably a TV Guide ad from the 70s, but this film is from 1966, and it's really kind of like the mid-60s heyday of the kaiju film. Now, as you know, Godzilla transformed over time. It arrived as an atomic terror, an allegory for Hiroshima and Nagasaki, the atomic bomb, the nuclear arms race. But over time, it became associated with these monster versus monster fights, starting in this is the film in the middle is Godzilla Raids Again. It's the first Godzilla sequel, but it's also the first of many, many battles against other creatures. By the mid to late 60s, Godzilla becomes an adopted parent. It adopts yes. I've got a lot of questions about media or media this weekend, and here he is. Cute little guy, right? Looks just like his dad. Actually, Toho insists that media, actually the official name is media, but in the English dubs of these films, it was always pronounced media. It insists that this is an adopted child, which is an interesting wrinkle. So continuing the Showa era, so Godzilla actually at one point, because of the changing nature of the fortunes of Japan, the Japanese people, and the brighter outlook, and the economic resurgence of the country, and the fact that the war is more and more in the rearview mirror, nuclear fears are starting to become secondary to consumer pleasures and things like that. The attitude and the sort of tone of these films really shifts in the 60s and in the second half of the 60s. Godzilla goes from being, this symbol of destruction to basically becoming an anti-hero. You may remember the film Beater, the three-headed monster. That's the one where it starts its transformation and comes over to the side of mankind, reluctantly so. By the 1970s, Godzilla was fighting pollution. It's true. And this was one of the big trade-offs of the economic miracle of Japan, this heavy industrialization and all the policies that, they really didn't bring pollution under control until sometime in the mid-70s or so. And so the film Godzilla vs. Hedorah from 1971, in that film, Godzilla is playing the hero, but the antagonist monster is basically a big pile of sludge that comes to life. And by the 70s, Godzilla was a matinee star. These films, by now, the audience for these films was very, very young. And so the films from like 1969 on were being released only as children's matinee films. So this is the time when Godzilla tucked his tail through the air, between his legs and flew through the air. And he also did this infamous, we'll never ever let that down. All right. I just want to, again, talk about a couple of key figures. I don't think Godzilla, I don't think we'd be standing here today talking about Godzilla if it weren't for these two individuals as well. Haruo Nakajima, who passed away just a few years ago, was the principal actor inside, spoiler alert, Godzilla was a man in a suit. Haruo Nakajima was so dedicated to the role. He played the monster from 1954 to 1972 with very few exceptions. And it's his personality, his acting, it's acting inside that suit. And it's very hard to convey emotion through something that's hundreds of pounds and you're sweating, pounds off as you do your work. He loved his work. He was very proud of the job that he did. And all the personality that comes through in all those Godzilla films, especially the 1960s, are really all due to the performances of Nakajima. The other person to mention is Akira Ifukube, the composer, who created this amazing music that's associated with this genre. Again, this type of music, it really supersedes it takes the material to a level that it never would have been able to achieve on its own, just visually. And so I really ascribe a lot of the success and even people who are just super casual fans of this type of film, they usually hum a few bars of the Godzilla theme or the Mothra theme. And there on the far right is Ifukube with some nerd. It's actually me. I got to meet him and interview him at his home. He passed away a number of years ago, but during the early days of my research on this type of film, I was able to meet with him and interview him. Throughout this slide deck, I'm going to be sharing some screen captures from our book, which we're very proud of, and just to kind of show you what's in the book and why it's so awesome, because it is a licensed book, and we were able to get, as I said, 900 photos from Toho's archives. But one of the things that happened when Godzilla's popularity really started to slide in the 1970s, the last film in the original Showa series, Terror of Mechagodzilla from 1975, had the lowest attendance in the entire series. And it was just at the point where Japanese cinema in general wasn't performing nearly as well as it had been a decade earlier. And these films were becoming old hat. The audience was just basically kids at that point, and they, instead of figuring out how to reboot it or reinvent it, Godzilla basically went into retirement forced retirement for about 9 years. But during that time, the producer Tanaka that I mentioned, he was constantly trying to come up with a way to reinvent this character. He knew that it was basically Toho's bread and butter, so he was trying to find a way to make it relevant again. One of the things that happened, well, two things that happened. You see that, I don't know if it's big enough for you to see, but there's a graphic in the right-hand column on the sort of left side of the right column. That's a poster or some artwork for a film that was not made. But one of the things, this was the original time when Tanaka went out into the world and tried to get a Godzilla film made in Hollywood. This is a promotional piece of art for a project that was called Godzilla King of the Monsters in 3D. It was going to be made with stop motion animation, and it was to be directed by a fellow named Steve Miner. And it actually it didn't get all the way to pre-production, but there was a full script with various drafts that were made, and there were 2 or 3 production companies and studios, including Universal, that were really super interested in making it, but the budget was always the sort of tipping point. Nobody wanted to spend $25, $30, $40 million at that time. It was a fair amount of money on a Godzilla movie. Anyway, one thing that happened in the late 70s was the 3 Mile Island accident in Pennsylvania, where a nuclear power plant suffered a meltdown, and there was widespread panic, and the people of Japan saw this, and an anti-nuclear power movement started to gain momentum in Japan, because of course Japan is a nation that its entire economic resurgence is largely dependent on the advent and the development of nuclear power. So when Godzilla came back in 1984 in this film, The Return of Godzilla, the concept was rethought. Not only now was Godzilla essentially a metaphor or a representation of atomic weapons, nuclear weapons, but now Godzilla also was a warning against the dangers of nuclear power. And in the introductory scene where we first meet the monster again, the newfangled version of Godzilla, it is feeding on the radiation from a nuclear power plant. And they've never done that before. Now this becomes, going forward, a key part of Godzilla's reason for being, its mythology. But these films didn't necessarily set the world on fire, but Tanaka was determined again to make Godzilla relevant. Godzilla vs. Biollante, it's an imperfect film, but it's really interesting. And one of the things that's really key about this, Toho is a traditional, or was a traditional movie studio in the Japanese system, in a sense. And it was patterned largely after the Hollywood system, going back to, say, the 1930s or so, where you had in-house directors and in-house actors and so forth. But by this point in time, the studio system, as it had been known, was really breaking up. And this is the first time Godzilla vs. Biollante, where Tanaka went outside the Toho director system and hired a young independent director to make a film, and to give that person the freedom to basically put their own stamp on Godzilla. And he came up with this story, Godzilla vs. Biollante. Biollante is a kind of Venus flytrap monster that's kind of cloned off of Godzilla's cells, sort of. So there's a symbiotic relationship between the two. But he had a far different take. His type of filmmaking was much more influenced by American and so these two films begat a new series, we call it the Heisei era series, because it's associated with the reign of Emperor Akihito, but I put an asterisk there because it's not exactly right. But anyway, that's how they're known. I'll explain later if you want to meet me in the hallway. But anyway, during this time period, as you may know, I spoke to a lot of people this weekend that love the Heisei films. They're basically like reinventions of the Showa films. But Godzilla's much more serious, none of the clowning and the flying through the air and kangaroo kicks. Godzilla is mean and determined and It's much more serious in tone, even though Godzilla is much more serious in tone, even though films like Godzilla vs. King Ghidorah are bat, you know what, crazy. This film is really entertaining to me. It's highly imperfect, but again, the guy who made this, Omori, same guy who made the last film, had a really strong affinity for American films. So the Back to the Future is a great influence on his thinking for this film. There's a character that's influenced by the Terminator films. And you have these three visitors from the future who basically come back to try to erase Godzilla from history. But then they pull a double cross and they create Mecha King Ghidorah, and it's really great. So what they were doing essentially is reintroducing these monsters like King Ghidorah and Mothra and Mechagodzilla. Mechagodzilla, of course, is a cyborg, but I mean, reintroducing these monsters and characters from the classic films and doing them over with better special effects or updated special effects. But in the 1990s, while Hollywood was already going in the route of in the direction of CG, the budgets for these films were still around $10 million max. So, and in Japan at that time, that's actually quite an expensive film. But they didn't have the technology or even really, at this point, the desire to go in the digital direction. They were still largely, the crews on these films largely were made up of people who either had worked on the old films or were trained by the people who had worked on the old films. And I would stress to you that the people who make this type of handmade special effects type of film are really, they take a great deal of pride in their work. And there's a tradition that went on for many, many decades, and it's only just now, kind of in the last decade or so, given way to the digital revolution. There was a lot of desire to hang on to that tradition. And of course, one of the other characters that sprouts up in these films is a new baby Godzilla, which is much cuter than the last one. So yeah, in the Heisei era, as it came to a close in the mid-1990s, again, Godzilla continues to evolve. It is a protected parent. One of the other characters that I love so much from the old days was Rodan, and you see here Godzilla facing off with Rodan in a film called Godzilla vs. Mechagodzilla 2. It's actually protecting an egg. These two monsters are both fighting over custody of an egg that will soon hatch this creature. Actually, this is a mystery that no one seems to know the solution to, but this character, Little Godzilla, is supposedly the same creature that you saw on the previous slide, which looked much more like a kaiju. Anyway, so in 1995, in a film called Godzilla vs. Destroya, Godzilla actually perishes. I mentioned earlier the connection that had been established between Godzilla and nuclear energy, and Godzilla actually suffers from a meltdown. One of the things that's introduced in this film, this is Godzilla Jr., which is again the same creature that you saw in this iteration on the left and then on the previous slide. Now it starts to look in its teenage phase more like its adopted dad. And it goes to bat for Godzilla. And ultimately, both Godzilla and Jr., if you see this film, you know that they meet a terrible fate. But in the end, we're left with kind of an end to this chapter in Godzilla's career, the end to this part of the series where Junior is revived and is symbolically carrying on the torch. Another person I just want to point out is Kenpachiro Satsuma, who also passed away recently, unfortunately. Ken Satsuma was Godzilla in the Heisei series, basically from 1984 to 1995. Again, like Nakajima, took the role extremely seriously, but he was a no-nonsense guy. His Godzilla was a fighter. He was a martial artist, so he brought a lot of that athleticism to his role. And on the right, that's a photo of him playing Gigan. He actually started off in the 70s playing opponent monsters like Hedorah, the big kind of the sludge that we talked about. So then something happened.
Boo.
That's a lot of fish.
I don't have to talk about this very much. It's kind of, but it bears mentioning because one of the reasons that Toho killed Godzilla in 1995, not only because they could put a big marketing campaign behind that film and sell a lot of tickets, which they did, because if you put Godzilla Dies on a poster, people say, what? But they also knew that the TriStar film was on the horizon, and so they were trying to pave the way, clear the path for the TriStar film. But what happened was when the TriStar film came out, well, that's what happened. So, And so within a short amount of time, Toho started going back to the drawing board because they actually vocally expressed the concern that the American Godzilla was so different that the Japanese Godzilla's identity might be lost. They didn't want that to happen. And so that's why I think that's one of the strong reasons why we continue to have, well, even though we have a legendary franchise that's quite successful, the Japanese continue to make Godzilla films because they view the Japanese Godzilla as unique and different and they want to maintain that identity. So this is another shot from our book. I want to show you these spreads and some of the fantastic photography we have. This is from Godzilla, Mothra, and King Ghidorah. Now in the Millennium series, which basically runs from 1999 to 2004, it's another iteration, another chapter. This is a unique series in that all the films are basically standalone sequels to the first film, with a little exception. But basically each film is a standalone story that ignores everything that happened since 1954 and is a direct sequel to that. So in this particular film, which I really like, I hope a lot of you have seen it, Godzilla is a spirit. We talked about how Japan also has its tradition of ghost stories, and certainly Godzilla, even though it's much different than much of that folklore, in this case, the director interpreted Godzilla as an onryo, which is a vengeful spirit that comes back to exact revenge on mankind for misdeeds of one or another. And in this case, Godzilla is dead-eyed, and its sole purpose is basically to wreak havoc on Japan for having forgotten the tragedy of its legacy during World War II. And it's more complicated than that. I'm grossly oversimplifying it, but it makes it for a really interesting story. And this Godzilla, because it's a vengeful spirit, is more powerful than really any other Godzilla that we've seen before. And really, when it faces off with Baragon and King Ghidorah and Mothra, it's not a fair fight. It's just not a fair fight. Makes for, if you love seeing Godzilla take no prisoners and have no mercy for its opponents, it's really an interesting and viewing experience. Another character that was brought back yet again, this is basically the third iteration of Mechagodzilla. In this film it's called Kiryu. This is from Godzilla against Mechagodzilla in 2002. During this time period, Toho starts going outside the system again and looking to directors outside of the Toho system. The film that we just looked at, GMK, that was directed by Shusuke Kaneko. It was a really significant and interesting and successful independent film director who had always wanted to direct a Godzilla film. But in this case, they went back to the well. Masaki Tezuka, who directed this film, was a long-time Toho farmhand, if you will. So, in 2004, who's seen Godzilla Final Wars?
Yeah.
Awesome. A lot of people have come up to me and told me how much they love/hate this film. Which it's a really divisive film because it was made by a fellow named Ryuhei Kitamura. Again, Toho going outside the system, working with a director who has a maverick vision and giving that director the freedom to express their own take on Godzilla. Well, his take on Godzilla was kind of like an homage to the quote-unquote cheesy films of the 70s that sometimes people refer to them as. You know, the thing like Godzilla flying through the air and doing the kick. I mean, this film is just all out crazy. I mean, there's so many monsters in it, and then you can see that there's a tribute or a diss on the American Godzilla that in this film was just referred to as Zilla. There's another iteration of Hedorah. But this film, love it or hate it, it was really expensive. It was at that time the most expensive film in the series. These numbers are usually unofficial, but somewhere around $25 million was reported, which is an enormous budget for this type of film. And so it didn't perform well at the box office, or not nearly as well as Toho had hoped and expected. This is, after all, a 50th anniversary film, so there was a lot of publicity behind it, but it just didn't perform that well. And so there was no sequel to this, May, I'll tell you that. But it signals the end of an era. What era is at the end of? Basically, Suitmation, yeah. The handmade tokusatsu. Tokusatsu is essentially a word that means, literally means basically special filming, but it's a word that's associated with this type of special effect, handmade special effects, analog special effects. I began showing you, I'm going to show you a number of photographs from our book. We had a lot of sidebars and sections within the book that kind of go into great detail about, let's say, the making of the suits or the acting within the suits. And because we had access to this great photography, we were able to show you how some of these things were done. And so you can see this shot from Godzilla vs. Megaguirus where they're putting all the Mega Nua on top of the suit. And then there's a shot, that's a shot from Mothra, the 1964 film, we're making of the casting of the head for the really classic looking Godzilla suit.
Yeah.
The scene that we keep talking about, and here's how they did it. I'm going to breeze through these because I really just want to show you these rather than talk too much about them. This is Sadamasa Arikawa, and the guy in the dark glasses on the left is Teruya Shikano. These are the special effects directors who kind of took over for Agent Tsuburaya. This is on the set, I believe, with Ebira, or Godzilla is the sea monster. These are the props for the giant spider, Kumonga, and the giant mantises and Son of Godzilla. And you can really get a good glimpse of how they control those with wires in the book. Look at these really highly detailed miniature sets. These are two shots from the bonkers film we were talking about. That's King Ghidorah. That's Koichi Kawakita, the special effect director of the 90s films. And that's a really good view of that big set of the Shinjuku government buildings that Godzilla destroys during the fight. This is another great miniature set, and this is, of course, when they had to raise Godzilla's height to 80 meters. The traditional Godzilla was 50 meters, but by the time it came back from its hiatus in 1984, the skyscrapers in Shinjuku were much bigger, so they had to raise Godzilla's height, and in turn, you have to make the skyscrapers or the miniatures a little smaller in scale, or you have to change the scale and basically you lose some of the detail. But nevertheless, it's a huge, gorgeous set. Another view of, this is the Batra prop from Mothra vs. Godzilla. You can see that it's on a track. This is spectacular. This was taken by a guy named Norman England, who's a journalist and writer friend in Japan, and had access to the set for Godzilla, Mothra, and King Ghidorah, and he took some amazing photographs. And look how high this set goes, and up into the rafters inside the sound stage. You've seen this film, right? Yeah. I figured. This is from the end of the same, or the kind of end battle from that same film with the Mothra prop kind of in flames after getting torched by Godzilla. And also we have sections in the book that really give you an idea of what the production designs looked like. We had access not only to archives of photographs, but also some of the actual production drawings and sketches from various films. So it's fun. Also, I mentioned some of these inside sections of the book where we go into detail about different techniques and methods. And this is the section about it's basically a profile of the three main suit actors. We mentioned before Haru Nakajima from the Showa era, Ken Satsuma from the Heisei era, and the fellow on the far, if you look at that photo on the page there, the fellow in black on the far left is Tom Kitagawa. He played Godzilla in Okay, let's talk a little bit about the more modern era. So we move into the digital space with Godzilla. This was kind of made possible because because Toho, wanting to kind of compete in the modern era, knew that it had to basically go outside its comfort zone. And one of the things that they did was even well before this film was made, several years before this film was made, they started courting a man named Hideaki Anno, who a lot of you know as the creator of Evangelion, probably the most influential anime ever created. And he's a really enigmatic kind of filmmaker, really not known for live action or even tokusatsu type filmmaking, but he's certainly a fan of it and deeply knowledgeable of this type of film. He grew up watching them and they were a prime influence on his work. But he had curated a museum exhibit in the early 2010s. Don't quote me on the year, I think it was around 2012, in Tokyo, a really well-received museum exhibit paying tribute to the original founders of Tokusatsu, to Tsuburaya, and all the people who worked with Tsuburaya. And a lot of the original props were on display. And he viewed this as a tribute to the people who had inspired him. And because of the success of that, Toho had approached him. But initially he backed up. He didn't think it was something that he could do. He didn't think he was in the right frame of mind. He's somebody who openly struggled with mental health issues. Also, he was trying to get a new Evangelion project back on track. But within a short time span, he agreed to do this. Toho again gave him a carte blanche, essentially. The film was Shin Godzilla was essentially made by Ano's production company, and it was co-directed by a man named Shinji Higuchi, who was more steeped in tokusatsu. He had directed the special effects, as you probably know, or a lot of you probably know, for the Gamera trilogy that came out in the 1990s. It was really well received. Also, so this is a period of time when Toho, again, is going outside the box, working with other filmmakers, other production companies, essentially farming Godzilla out to a lot of different people with different points of view who really are taking the character in different directions. It's kind of remarkable given the symbiosis between anime and kaiju. With, Godzilla doesn't exist in a vacuum. I hope that's clear to everybody. It's part of this overall expression by the Japanese people through art, through film, through anime, through various media, of coming to terms with what happened during the war and during the aftermath of the war and the whole recovery period. This whole transformation that the country was exposed to and made to undergo in the aftermath of the war, and losing its identity and having so much more cultural and other influence from the West, particularly from the United States, due to this essentially client-state type of relationship that is taking place. So, all this is to say, it's kind of interesting and remarkable that no one really ever made an anime version of Godzilla before, because it just seems like a natural fit. And when it finally happened with this trilogy that was produced by Polygon with Netflix in 2017 to 18, we got this trilogy of films that have a completely different take on Godzilla. It's a hard science fiction story set in the future, and Godzilla essentially becomes an Earth god. I'm sure a lot of you've seen it. And then a Godzilla's singular point is, again, an entirely new take, and it also revives some of these classic characters. But it's, in this case, Godzilla is essentially the fulfillment of a doomsday prophecy, to simplify it. Really interesting stuff. So here we come finally to Godzilla -1. Again, working with an independent director, with an independent vision. Godzilla finally comes full circle. Godzilla was born as basically a reaction to war and to trauma. And this is a film about the generation that experienced that. I'd always wanted, hoped for someone to make a period piece out of Godzilla, and finally it happened. But to my surprise, this is another hard reset. Just like Shin Godzilla essentially ignored everything before it and pretended that Godzilla had never existed before, and so does this film. And this actually is set several years before the origin point of the first Godzilla film. This is set in the first scene of the movie, when we meet sort of proto-Godzilla, takes place during the final months of the war itself. And so Yamazaki, and if you've seen any of Yamazaki's other films, I think some of them are available in streaming. He is somebody who is, first of all, is one of Japan's most successful feature filmmakers in the last 20 years or so. But he has a nostalgia factor for the post-war period and the struggles that people of Japan went through, particularly in the 1950s and 1960s. He made a number of films about that. In this case, he backs it up into the immediate post-war period and sets the story in basically during the occupation, even though you never, for reasons that are a little perplexing to me, you never see the occupation forces in Japan. But nevertheless, I think it's truly remarkable. There's just one or two things about this film that I think are truly remarkable. Number one, it's a very Japanese story. It's set in Japanese history and Japanese culture. These are very specifically Japanese experiences that are being depicted and are being experienced by the main character of this film, who's a soldier who returns from the war, a kamikaze pilot who ducks out of his mission and suffers tremendous guilt and basically is going through horrible PTSD. And Godzilla is used really creatively in this film. Not only does it exist in the physical world, but also exists in this man's mind, haunting his dreams as a specter and kind of this, I don't know, representation of everything that he fears. And so the whole movie is essentially a redemption story for him and also for his generation, the generation that called the war. Really interesting stuff. And yet, it's a human story that resonated with audiences in the West and in the United States, and they had a really successful theatrical run here. I also think it's really remarkable that here we've totally said goodbye to the physical or practical effects version of Godzilla. This is, to my mind, the most successful CG version of Godzilla to date, because it's really, looks like Godzilla, but really, unlike the American Godzillas, this thing is allowed to express its power in really profound and stunning ways. Some of the things that Godzilla does in this film are unprecedented. But to understand that Godzilla, a character, and I do think of Godzilla as a character, even though it doesn't emote in a way a typical human character would, but this character that originally came to life as a man in a suit, an actor portraying a creature with human characteristics, now it's portrayed completely via CG, and it still connects with people. It still is compelling and really dramatic. And I think that the fact that the character itself can make that transformation and that transition is really remarkable. There's just a little taste of some of the destruction. So there's many faces of Godzilla. One of the interesting things, when you work on something like this, you think you know everything. But I'm learning things all the time, and even this little things. One of the things I learned in the process of doing this film, this book, is that especially during the early days of Godzilla, say from 1954 up to about 1972, all the Godzilla suits, the face was made from the same mold. It just came out differently. And of course, they addressed the details differently. But basically, it's the same mold all through those years. Look how different it was. That's one of the wonderful things about it. So, do we have any questions? Be happy to chat with any of you. I can't see you. Hi. Well, I shared that TV guide ad earlier. My first exposure was just walking.
Thank you guys.
Thank you guys. All right.
That's cool, but I need to hydrate. Oh my gosh, I'm crazy. Like,
it was really, really warm in there.
Crazy warm.
I thought he said welcome to the AC.
That was AC too.
There was no AC in there. No AC in there at all. Oh my goodness. Alright.
Ooh, what's that stuff? Alright, let's go get water, then we'll go upstairs.
Okay.
You guys are welcome. Sorry guys, like I wanted to hang a little bit longer. It's just like, oh my gosh.
He's only here to take questions and then it's done.
Because it is cool, just like our monsters, that we celebrate them for their panels as well. Like, it's cool to go ahead and see Japanese monsters or the kaiju, so what are the differences? Because sometimes we don't realize that, what is the difference? And it is nice.
It's a lot of history. It's cool.
Plus, it's also his passion. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Are you guys ready to see her death?
That job. I know. I'll be the hype person.
You get a hype person?
Yeah.
Oh, it's got water. Dun, dun, dun. Oh, they don't have the water thing out today? Let me just buy you water.
They have water right here?
Yeah, to buy? Yeah. Bum, bum, bum. Yeah, can you grab this? I'm gonna see if he has water.
Okay. How did you guys like it?
Hey bro, you're not selling water by chance, are you?
Yeah.
Yeah, let me get 2 bottles, please. Oh, you're in the best spot. Breeze hits you. Nice.
Oh man, the sun was killing me.
Oh yeah, I didn't think about that one.
And then through the windows, it magnifies it even more.
Oh, you're just cooking then. My bad. My bad.
For like at least
You're in line for the final? Oh, which one? Yeah, that the Godzilla one got packed. There's people standing in the back.
As long as that beam's gonna
It was
last,
one of the smaller rooms, so it just went
Just for a little bit longer, man.
Yeah.
Appreciate you. Have a good one. Hi, Kitty. Ready to go upstairs?
I didn't want water.
You don't want water?
No.
Oh, I'll take the water then.
Okay.
Let me smash one and I'll take the other one.
We made s'mores. That sounds amazing. Off to the HHN panel. And we're off.
Alright, the line is down.
H2O.
Bum, bum, bum.
H. See how crazy this line is.
Alright, that way for it?
This way? Elevator? What time does this panel start? Huh? Huh?
20 minutes?
Okay. What's the end of this line?
All the way. All the way.
Oh, the horror.
You can go. You ready to go?
To where? Go where?
Is it right now?
Yeah, where is it?
I don't know. I don't know if there's one over here.
Yeah, I'm gonna see where you end up and then I'll go.
Okay.
Jeez, you came me out so quickly.
No, because I don't know if you want to do the whole entire walk.
Yeah. I do, because I want to see where you're at. Or I'll call you.
No, well, you can go right there.
Here. I'll call you.
I'll be at the end of the Yellow Brick Road. So this is the line for gold, back, and media, which is fine. Since we're like streaming and like recording, we like sit in the back anyway, so like we're not worried about seating for ourselves. One sec. Becky wants caffeine. Becky wants coffee. I don't think she's had coffee all day. It's that time. But we held off so that we can have it for her. Thank you for Oogie Boogie tonight. Oops, sorry. Welcome in, guys. We're 20 minutes out from the HHN panel. At this point, they've covered everything, so I don't know what we're going to be surprised with, but we're going to pretend to be surprised. They've already shown us the merch. We already know what food is coming. Let me just rehydrate. I've not had water all day. Hold on. Just gonna look in a mirror for a glass for a minute. Oh yeah, that's quality H2O.
Midsummer Scream at Long Beach Convention Center, yeah.
Okay.
What's that?
So here's the plan, guys. If you're just tuning in right now or haven't heard, we're going to do the HHN panel. Don't go anywhere because after the stream, the DCA Halloween foodie video will premiere. So you guys will go ahead and watch that. And then don't go anywhere from that because after that, we should be at Oogie Boogie already clearing security. So it's show after show after show. Welcome to the B+E matinee, guys. This is the last panel. Yes, Cody. Welcome in, everyone. Mr. Disney King, you would have shopped. Considering that we're going to like 2 other like spooky events, we're like, okay. And then a lot of the stuff that like we had been looking at had already been like sold out for sizing. So we're like, okay, we'll wait. We'll wait. Well, I made the mistake of wearing like a flannel today. And so like, again, like the weather apps for whatever we were checking said it was supposed to be cooler today. Like, you know, like low 70s cool. Nice sun, but like still like cool. You know, like we're thinking 70 autumn, not 70 summer, right? So like, we ended up cooking. So by the time, the sad thing is, I don't know. Hold on, here comes Becky. She's so cute. Have you guys seen Becky's outfit? This is not what she wore when she left, like, got out of the car.
What?
This woman, like, I leave her a second alone at Disneyland. Or downtown. No, that one's done. I was gonna toss it. At downtown Disney, and she shows up, like, with that. So Becky's not allowed to, like, leave my side on Merch days. Isn't it cute though?
Need the mic.
Oh.
Mic.
Your wizard. Your weather app has told you that
You're a wizard, Harry.
A blizzard in the middle of the summer.
Oh yeah, there's been getting some crazy
reports, right?
Yeah.
And then the funny part is like when we drove into. Yeah, it's scary. When we drove into Disneyland today, like this morning, after church, like it looked like it was gonna rain, and we're like, oh yeah, like because for those that don't know, we changed out our costumes for Oogie Boogie, like what we were gonna do for originally, because it was supposed to be hot, and we wanted to be comfortable, like, and not hot, and so we're like, oh, it's gonna be cold, like cold, like 60s. Like, at least that's what the weather app reported. So we changed it out for backups that we had for cold days, because we buy way too many costumes, guys. Like way too much.
Dude, I'm starving already.
Yeah, we'll grab food. We'll grab food. And then anything you want in particular? It's cold. It hits.
Anything in particular? Anything we can grab on the way to Oogie Boogie?
Well, Christina said Godzilla and the Chihuahua and Taco Bell, so now I want that.
You want to talk about?
I want Godzilla and a Chihuahua.
Alright guys, dude, the bad thing about this, the sun is just like beating down, like so it's so bad.
This is what we were talking about, how like it's rough for it. Now, mind you, like seating we're not worried about, because we're standing up in the back. Becky will grab a seat, but I'm standing in the back for filming purpose. Again, you know, because we don't want to have the camera block anyone else's view. Always respect. Look at my little diva. They're so cute. But for anyone else, like the line down here, like all the way down there.
Wait, that's the HHN panel?
That's HHN panel for one part, and then it also goes out the door on the other side too. So people have been cooking.
Dude, what time is it right now?
It's cooking o'clock.
Yeah. 4:50, you said it starts at 5?
Yes, 5 on the dot.
Okay, thank God.
Yes. So we should be moving shortly.
Yeah.
We'll get into the AC. We'll do the whole setup.
Guys, I'm pumped for this. I'm just kidding.
And then we will get you food. It'll take us about 15 minutes, depending on how fast we can get out of here. So we might fly out, because there's nothing really. We're just gonna look into the seats first. Just make sure.
Oh my God. That's the first thing that we're gonna do?
First thing I'm gonna do. Look into the seats.
Yeah. I was hoping for some tacos or something.
So the thing,
I don't know.
Tacos? Yeah, because there's nothing really at OBB that you want, right?
I don't think that I can have anything. Usually they don't have
It's just the regular, because the only OBB thing is like. Does anyone know if the onion rings or the
onion rings are never?
Not the onion rings. The loaded fries are an Oogie Boogie thing. I was trying to find them for like the video for food video today, but they didn't show up on Smoke Jumpers.
So we should be leaving here around 6.
Let me see that.
And then after that, it should take us 30 to 40 minutes. So we should start the stream like around 7:30.
Well, no, I was telling them that like we'll play the food video for them, so they'll be into that, and then we'll dive into the next one, into the stream. I'll set up a little wait queue for it.
lights started going in now. Okay, thank you so much for the updates, guys. Really appreciate it. Really, really, really appreciate you guys. You're like backlit back. You look like so. Maybe you can move this way. Is that better or is that worse? Oh, well, the good thing is that we're driving from the Long Beach Convention Center to Disney, so it won't take us an hour. It should take us like, what, 30 minutes? 40
15?
minutes? 30 minutes?
Maybe 30. It's about 30.
Where's that code for the download the photo?
Oh, in one of my... I threw it somewhere. I don't know.
You threw it away?
No, I have, like, it's in my pocket.
Oh.
I think.
The one bag I remember, the code bag right downstairs.
I hope. I don't have it. Oh, yeah, I do have it.
Dude, download it right now so you don't forget about it and throw it away. Because I'm so scared that you're just gonna throw away that little paper.
Yes, Mom.
Ace, thank you so much for letting us know. It says that it does show the fries for this year for Oogie Boogie.
Okay. But if you want like regular food, like we can get regular food.
What is fries? Fries with what? Fries with what, baby? They're just saying that if you're not Gold Plus, this is not your line. That's what she's saying. What fries are going on, babe? What are the toppings? Oh, well, I don't know if I want to eat that if you're not telling me the toppings, dude.
Let me download the photo, love. I'm just making sure I have it.
Wait, half of the time I don't know what the chat is laughing. I just see them saying LOL. Do you say something funny? I'm immune to whatever Eli's saying at this point.
I'm immune. I know.
I don't know.
I just make sure. It's like me throwing fire into the wood into the fire. I just throw fire into the wood.
Exhausted, yeah.
It's been a long one. You guys have to remember, like
we have not slept.
We have not slept. Like it's been like 4 or 5 days of like 2 hours, 3 hours, 4 hours days, and we're going into like another week of it. Another week.
Sorry if you guys can't see Eli. Oh, did you fix the ISO back to regular?
I think so. I don't know. Maybe. Maybe not. Our photo came out cute.
Let me see. Dang, we should have done a spooky face. It did come out cute though.
It came out cute.
Send it to me.
Your dress is adorable.
Yeah, we are in line for the Halloween Horror Nights panel.
I'm in line for a churro.
And the end of the line is right there. It wraps all the way around.
It's going downstairs.
I told the fam online on TikTok, like, you gotta get here 3 to 4 hours earlier if you're the regular line.
Do you have the Oogie Boogie tickets or do I?
I have them.
You have them, okay.
Ace is saying it's chili cheese fries topped with chili cheese, red onion, and crushed spicy chili puffs.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I need food.
You want?
That's just fries. I'll eat that.
No. If you want food, like, what do you?
Like, I need like some substance, man.
What are we thinking, man? Like, what are you craving? What do you need?
I don't know what would be fast to just grab and go.
Because I can put in the order for Taco Man. Swing by and grab it. I can drop in. No?
Because I need to eat. I was trying to eat on the way over there. The device is too hot. In just that little bit, the stream started cooking.
Oh, yeah.
Coffee? Yeah. Actually, that sounds bomb. Thank you for that suggestion, Ace. It's Michael Myers.
It's his poor Becky. She used all her voice power.
I shouldn't have done that. Oh, I didn't even win anything. What a bummer. All right. Good thing mine started moving. Bad thing, we don't know what we're gonna eat after. I was kind of craving pizza, but that takes so long. Like to make like the biology one or whatever.
Oh yeah.
What else sounds bomb? We've been eating In-N-Out like crazy, so I'm a little burnt out from In-N-Out. What what fast food restaurants are around the Long Beach Convention Center that we can just grab and go? Now this room, whatever's happening in here, actually is blowing out crazy AC. Our room, I don't know what happened. There is no AC. In and out, right, Razor? If anything, we'll just go to In and Out real quick.
That is a staple. We've had that way too much.
Yeah.
That is
Protein burgers every single time. Or for me. What was I gonna say? It'll probably be In and Out or tacos.
Is this video finished uploading?
I don't know, baby. I was having really bad signal.
Okay, let me borrow.
But anyways, it doesn't matter because I still need to make a thumbnail.
Oh, gotcha.
Yeah, that's not even. Del Taco, right? Chinese fast food. Here we go.
I got you.
Alright, let's find one of those. Oh my gosh, pumpkins in the chat. Let's have some good positive vibes, good positive energy. I hope they drop some really like cool, interesting like news. We need some crazy update right now. Alright, where do you want to be?
Straight ahead? Always.
Right here? This is all taken already.
Ooh, okay.
Or no, this, oh no.
No, that's for the Horde Nights.
Oh, yeah. they're just giving
you gave you a fan. Yes! Yes! It's our jam, fam! Time to rage.
You good right here?
Yeah.
Do you want a fan? Like as a...
I'll take one. Yes! Thank you.
Huh? Did they see the fan? Did the fam see the fan?
Yeah.
That's cool. And has HHN in the back. That's what's up right there.
That's dope. Immediately we're already working up. The AC's actually working here. Like it's the last. I'm actually might be a little too cold now.
Oh, pues. Make up your mind.
No, I'm good. For real, if we knew that in the other panel, fans would have been fine. The bacon back hot dogs are delicious. The only downside, Becky has a gluten allergy, so it's very limited on what we can go pick up. So, Duster, this one should be just Hollywood. Everything for Orlando has already been pretty much pushed out and set in stone. Should be. Danny Elfman's coming to Comic-Con? Yeah, let's go.
You don't have any other charger for this phone, right, baby?
Yeah, I can get you another one.
Okay. Yeah, I'm at 20%.
Hold on. Here.
Thank you.
At the Universal booth, we saw several Arcticons, so I don't know which Arcticon we saw. But either way, looking forward to seeing. Because I mean, at this point, we've already been told Arcticon's going to be like roaming like the halls over at like I guess like just the area of the park. So that'll be very cool. At Florida, I don't know if that's happening in Hollywood. So, and we've already been told like the food. We already know Which stay tuned, guys. We're gonna do a Universal Studios horror like Halloween horror food video. So that's being shot as soon as we can, and shared for that for you guys. What else? We know the merch that's dropped. We know the merch that's coming to be dropped. We know the merch that's already dropped in Florida. We don't know what merch we're getting here, so that's what we're waiting on también.
Yeah, I don't know what they're even going to be talking about other than history. We'll see, but fingers crossed that it's a flyer panel. Usually they do have really great information.
It's usually John Murdy just talking about Slash. Like, he's probably going to be that. We're going to probably talk about how excited we are for Slash.
I think they're going to talk a lot about Terrifier.
Yeah. Terrifier. Oh, we might see Terrifier here. That might be the thing.
Yeah.
Because we also see the Universal Monsters earlier, so that was pretty cool. Saludos, guys. Welcome in.
To the best panel. Welcome. This is the most anticipated panel of the whole entire event. This one gets the most hype. This one has the most hype around it. So our expectations are through the roof. I think the panel that had the most energy, like the most electrifying like audience, was Dark Harbor so far.
Dark Harbor was the best crowd so far.
The audience had the best crowd. The best crowd.
The best crowd so far. Would it be the celebration for 35 years for both or for one? I thought they were off like by a year or two. Like one park had it before another. It depends. It depends. So they may talk about the music. A lot of times it's talking about the music, food items. It could be just a variety of things. But, that's a question where like we don't know. We don't know.
He said no, she said yeah. Usually
well, we did get to see the San Diego SeaWorld Hollow Scream booth. We talked to those guys on the previous stream yesterday, Cody. They were talking about how they revamped two of the mazes. There's new speakeasies and locations for it. They didn't have the merch to show, but they were saying the merch now is pretty cool. So yeah, but it'd be nice if they had a panel. But you have to remember that they're only year 5, so you got to build a crowd for it. Oh, I see. Thank you. Like for that. Well, I mean, if they do a celebration like that, that would be cool. Just because, like, but at the same time, like, oh man, that'd be so much fun. Because if we get a celebration, it'd be nice to have like a lot more of the original like houses or mazes. I know like the East Coast has a lot more. I was telling Becky, I'm like, I've just recently gotten into like learning a lot of like the lore like in the previous like mazes that the East Coast has had that we haven't had here. So like so that one day hopefully we can visit out there and appreciate it even more in detail. Just because it's so cool, right? And so we there's still like unique ones that we have here too, and so it's like it's nice that we'll to be able to revisit that. One second. I'm gonna have to change the battery back, guys. Give me just one moment. Audio, I'd rather do it now before.
Do it right now. Do everything right now. That way we're set once the cheesiness starts rolling through.
Ahead and swap out batteries before we do Oogie Boogie. All right, 1 second. Hold on. Give me 1 second.
Season of the witch. Must be the season of the witch. Must be the season of the witch.
1 second. Audio's gonna click out just for a second. We should have audio back and running. Let me know, familia. So, we'll see. We're excited. If anything, just a little bit of talking about what we're gonna get next year would be nice, but we'll see.
If anything, what?
Well, what are we gonna get? What are they gonna tell us?
I have no idea.
Dang. That's a good amount of people already like in here.
And they're letting the regular line barely, right?
Yeah, the rest of it's still going through. Most anticipated maze for this year. Do you have a most anticipated maze, honey?
For Horror Nights?
Yes.
It's hard not to say Terrifier because they said about like the
most gruesome, and you got 2 versions of it.
Yeah.
So now you have to do that maze twice.
Exactly.
So that's not bad. I'm kind of with Becky on that one too.
You know which one I'm more interested to?
Five Nights at Freddy?
The WWE. Like, how are they gonna do that maze?
I just want the music.
Like, is it gonna be scary or is it just gonna be entertaining?
It's gonna be a cage match. I'm gonna be show up with a identified object.
You think it's gonna be like a lot of like acrobatic stuff?
By me, yeah. I'll be like, you're in here for 3 minutes with the boulder.
Oh my god.
Nowhere.
So I'm hoping for like, I feel like the WWE one is gonna be a lot of loud noises, like that type of scare. Not that it's spooky scary, it's just like pop out scary.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah. Yeah. Appreciate it, man. The Undertaker gong is what you want. It's hard not to say Five Nights at Freddy because with it being like an animatronic type of like film and like genre and all this other stuff, I've geeked out hard when for Chucky when we got the animatronic version. If you guys want like a really good view, our good friend or like a walkthrough of POV, our friend Brian, what's it called, had got one on his channel. Oh my gosh, like he nailed it. But it was so wonderful because there was just so many animatronics like running through. So it'd be great to see something on that level. Because you kind of don't need a lot of scare actors, but it's like robot based like that. It's just good scares and like compressions of like or like the shooting off like air. But outside of that, it's hard not for me to say like La Llorona. Like I'm always a big fan of like the Monstro series, so I'm very excited for that one. Why sticks are pretty creepy. They are. What up, Doverfield?
Welcome in, fam.
Happy Sunday, fam. So I'll remind you guys, after this, we are going to go to Oogie Boogie. I got to grab Becky food. We got to race over there. We got to do a costume change. I thought the video was ready. It may not be ready.
It is ready. I just need a thumbnail, though.
You need a thumbnail?
Yeah.
Can I load them into it? Or do you want to wait for the thumbnail to be?
Oh, give me my other phone so I can do the thumbnail then.
This one? No, the other one.
Other. Where did you shoot the photo? Where's the photo at? No. You don't have my regular? Oh, you're streaming on my yeah, that one.
My bad. The one I'm expecting.
Wait. Where's the photo at? Is it on this phone?
You're in videos. You have to go to photo. One sec, guys.
It's not on this phone.
Hold on, I think I have it over here. Here you go.
Wait, is that one the best one?
Yeah, look at them.
Huh?
Yeah, filled up fast, like no joke, like it is crazy. And then we still have more people coming in right now. Like that's the wild part.
Wait, which one do you like?
That one. That one's the perfect one. Oh, that's cute, yeah.
That?
Yeah. What I'm excited for is the food always. There's merch that I want to pick up for Becky.
Oh no, actually, how do I get it over here? I accidentally sent it to the wrong phone now.
Which one? What device?
Email it to just email it to.
To that.
because I need to.
I got you.
Yeah, I would need to get an email.
One sec, guys. Okay, that's been sent. Let me know when that's good to go, and I'll prep it for my end. All right, so I'll give you guys the thumbs up, but the way the plan should go is we're gonna enjoy this panel. We're gonna walk out with you guys. We're gonna have you guys don't go anywhere because we're gonna have the Disney California Adventure Halloween food vlog premiere right after. That's gonna play. Should take about 30 minutes for you guys to enjoy. Watch from there. I'll queue up the Boogie Bash stream. We'll load up and hang out in there, and then we'll go from there into late night. So welcome to the matinee show. If you're popping in here and you haven't smashed the like button, what? That's great. I appreciate it. Smash it.
Oh, and honestly, it's still loading through.
I know.
So that's not on me. It's just the signal here is really bad. Must be the season of the witch. Yeah, is this still going? This is what it looks like.
Let me see that real quick. I'll have you hold this.
Yeah, I'm telling you guys, this is the most hyped one. That's why they have the bigger room. And people line up 2 to 3 hours, even 4 hours beforehand for this specific panel. RJ and Julian, welcome in. Dude, imagine they had an Undertaker in there. That'd be so lit. Yeah, Hollow Scream would be a really cool representation for a panel and or a full immersive booth. Once the panel starts, guys, we are gonna stay quiet.
Ladies and gentlemen,
oh my gosh, oh my gosh, oh my gosh.
Take a look at those empty seats next to you and please fill in those empty seats. We're trying to get our audience in.
Hold on, I'm checking to see if there's anything underneath the seat.
No worries.
Those seats. Come close to the
I'm all
stage.
check.
On the sides. They're all over. Appreciate it.
Super packed up, guys. Check that out. How fun. I'm ready for this. Who's excited? The man of the hour. Oh, what I also heard is that Arthur Pound is going to be able to roam around HHN, so there's not going to be real safe spots. He's going to be in the line queues, in the stores, while you're eating, so that's going to be a lot of fun. And the people watching is going to be so hilarious. There's hype emotes in the chat.
While recording of this presentation is allowed, we do ask that your camera or streaming device remain at or below shoulder level, not blocking the view of anyone behind you. Thank you for your cooperation and for being considerate of those around you. Enjoy the show. Please, welcome to the stage the founders and executive team of Midsummer Scream. Executive Director, David Markland. producer Claire Dunlap, and creative director Rick West.
Thank you so much, but really who needs the applause is all the haunters that built stuff in the Hall of Shadows, the 350 plus vendors, all the celebrities who came out to meet you, our over 100 white bat, our volunteer, our whole staff. So if you can, please give a big shout and applause for our white bat crew. We make this all possible. Thank you for coming. Again, I said this at the beginning, I'm still biased. I think this is our best year yet. I'm very proud of it. So thank you for everybody who was part of making this event, and you guys, of course, for coming out. Of course, we never rest, so we're already planning next year.
Yeah!
And I'm not allowed to tell you, but we already have plans for next year, so we're really excited about them. If Anthony back there is doing anything, he can throw up the dates for next year.
August 7th through the 9th.
A week
Midsummer
earlier. So, we look forward to seeing you next August here back at the Long Beach Convention Center.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, right?
Oh my goodness, look at this village. Yay! Thank you guys so much for coming out. Thank you for all your support. And you are just such an incredible crew of people. We have had such a wonderful weekend, and that's all thanks to you as well. Like our crew, we really appreciate. However, all of you in this community, all of the guests, we just, we do it for you. And so we're very happy that you're here and for your enthusiasm. That's the best thing ever. And we consistently get compliments on our guests of how wonderful you guys are, of how kind you are to one another, of how inclusive everyone is. And that's very important, especially now. So.
Yeah.
And even though Gary couldn't be with us here for the closing, he did want to do a shout out to Anthony and Jim Call, who are our lighting and AV techs.
Yeah.
They worked endlessly throughout the entire weekend in order to bring us these stages. So again, thank you for coming this year, and we'll see you next year, okay?
8 years ago, we made a pact with you. So I ask you, Long Beach, did we do you proud? How about those vendors? How about the panel presentation? How about that Hall of Shadows? Huge shout out thanks to Cameron McGinnis, who made everything fit in the Hall of Shadows this year. That was an unbelievable task. A huge shout out to all the haunters in there. We asked the impossible of them, and this year they delivered the impossible.
That's cool.
Special thanks to Manuel Menjivar. He is the guy that records all the intros for us. Thank you, Menji. Happy 18th birthday to our boy Elijah.
It's my birthday.
And thank all of you. What an amazing weekend. We don't exist without you. Thank you so much.
Yeah.
We'll be back, but for now we're just about ready to land this plane. Are you ready to go to Universal Church? I need Orlando to hear you. Are you ready for Universal? I need Ireland to hear you. Are you ready for Universal? Thank you, Midsummer Scream.
People are still coming in to go beyond against the wall.
Yeah.
Welcome to Midsummer Scream. Two of the most famous haunt events in the world take place on opposite sides of the U.S., but are bound by 3 letters. H-H-N. While both events share multiple IPs from year to year, they are both unique in their own right, earning them undying coast-to-coast love and admiration from their fans. And just as unique as each event is, so are the visionary creatives behind their production. One of them has come from the heart of Central Florida, and the other has crossed the ocean from his home in Ireland to be with you here this afternoon. Please, welcome to the stage, Universal's own Titans of Terror, creative director and executive producer of Halloween Horror Nights Hollywood, John Murdy. Entertainment and creative development at Universal Orlando Resort, Michael Aiello. Midsummer Scream, welcome John Murdy and Michael Aiello.
How many of you guys are going to make the trip to both coasts this year? All right. I'm John Murdy. I'm creative director, executive producer of Halloween Horror Nights at Universal Studios Hollywood.
Good work.
I am Mike Aiello, senior director of creative development for Universal Orlando Resort.
Oh, you know what? Before we do anything, just go with me. Okay? Yep. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
We love our jobs. Thank you.
No, seriously, I started doing this as a 10-year-old kid in my parents' garage, and to get to do this for all of you guys every year for the last 20 years. Yeah. That's just something I couldn't imagine when I was a kid. So thank you so much for all your support over the years, supporting Horror Nights on both coasts.
100%. And thank you. I'm so excited to be here on the West Coast with you all. I loved walking the floor, seeing all the sights here. This is an amazing convention, absolutely amazing. I think last time I was here was 2019?
Yeah, it's been a few.
Yeah. So I am thrilled to be with you all today, and thank you for welcoming me. What's this mean? What's this?
Oh, this is how this goes. Yeah. You know how this goes, right?
Yeah.
By the pricking of my thumb, something wicked this way comes. Damn. You got anything?
Nope.
Hold that thought. Okay? We'll get to that. Earlier, we solicited questions on X for our fans to ask Mike and I. But before we get to that, we're going to answer a lot of your questions today. We've got some surprises in store for you. But we thought it might be cool to let you guys be the first people to see the HHN 2025 commercial spot. Would you guys like to check that out? Yeah. Okay, let me see if I can do this correctly.
Awesome. Yeah, that's great. It's going well.
You guys get anything?
think this is our best lineup since 2016, honestly.
Dang.
For you guys to experience it in well, for you, sooner, right?
Very soon, very soon.
What are you doing here?
This is all wrong. I shouldn't be here at all.
When do you guys open, seriously, Mom?
The 29th is officially the opening night in Orlando.
And September 4th for us.
Yeah.
So, we're going to start this off. We wanted to answer some of the fans' questions that they put on X. So it's Q&A time. Let's start, oh wait, this appears to be an Orlando person, Mike. So I'm going to have you read this one.
Okay, how long is your process for selecting which IP franchises you two, your collective teams, choose for the event? What goes into the process? Well, it's how much time do we have? Honestly, like the IP franchise process isn't just John and I. It is a massive team of people. We work with not only our insights team to kind of study what people are enjoying out there in horror pop culture. We look to our marketing teams to help inform us of what's out there and available. We have an amazing team that, along with John and I, approaching certain studios and individuals to seek out if they're interested in working with us. We also have IPs that come to us.
Yeah, all the time. So we actually start that process in like March. So like March of this year, Mike and I and a bunch of us would sit down in a room and start thinking about, okay, what do we want to do for HHN 2026? And we'll be doing a whole lot of that this week.
That's also why
don't follow us. All right, next question. How much do fans have impact on making creative choices for Halloween Horror Nights every year, like acquiring specific IPs for the year? This is from SoCal Tall Guy. You guys know SoCal Tall Boy?
He's not tall.
And I would answer that question with Exhibit A.
Yeah!
Seriously, like, ever since the first Terrifier film came out, we've been keeping an eye on this franchise. And I don't know for you, Mike, but for me, like, I judge it by the t-shirts that people wear to like events like Midsummer Scream, but also, of course, Halloween Horror Nights. And I noticed after the first Terrifier came out, I was like, oh, cool, what's that? You know, I was checking out people wearing Art the Clown t-shirts. And then when the second movie came out, there's a lot more of you. And then last Halloween, I was like, oh yeah, this is the time. And the same thing's true of Five Nights at Freddy's. For years, our fans have been asking for this franchise. So honestly, this is for you guys. I mean, we started this year and we went, number one, Terrifier, check. Let's go talk to Damien Leone and Phil Falcone. Number two, Five Nights at Freddy, check. You know, we really curated the slate with our fans top of mind, no question.
Yeah, and I think like Five Nights, we knew if we were going to say yes to this, we had to do it right. If you're going to see those characters, they have to look identical to how you see them in the film. Yeah. So the only group we could have worked with was the Jim Henson Creature Shop. They created.
Years ago, we did Blumhouse Behind the Screams, and we did that prop display.
Yeah.
That was the moment that, for me, was the light bulb moment, was walking in there when we had those creatures on display and going, first of all going, damn, that's like 8 foot tall. And then going, oh, if we ever do this, we gotta have Jim Henson's Creature Shop do it. So we've been working with him for like over a year, right, Mike? We've been on this for a long time. And last week in Hollywood, they started loading in, coming into the house. So we can't wait for you guys to check out Five Nights at Freddy's. All right, you want to take this one?
Yeah, sure. Do you struggle to bridge the gap between pleasing old school classical horror fans and younger game-friendly fans when choosing this year's HHN houses? And that's from Blue Fire Dr. 44.
I just have one question at this juncture. Was Blue Flyer Dr. 3043 taken?
Are they here? Well, we'll never know.
Okay. Exhibit B. Yeah, that's something we intentionally, when we're building the slate, we're looking at that specific thing. We always want to have properties that appeal to the hardcore horror fan that loves slasher movies. That's why Jason Universe is a perfect fit for us. But we've started getting into video games. Way back in the day, Silent Hill and Hollywood. Resident Evil, right?
Resident Evil, yes.
And then a couple years ago, we joined forces on The Last of Us.
Sure did.
And so this year, we wanted to bring Fallout to life. Are you guys excited about that?
Yeah.
I was just in there last week with the creators of the show, and it's still like we're just getting into props and dressing. That's going to start rolling through this week. But just to step into the vault, are you guys excited to step into that? It's amazing. It's some of the craziest stuff we've ever had to do, but it's going to be incredible.
Yeah, well, and it checks all the boxes that we need for what we feel will be a great haunted house. It has diversity environments. You've got the Fallout shelters, you've got the Wasteland, diversity in characters. We just installed the T60s into the house just this week.
What?
And I said T60s.
Ours are in the mail. Ours are coming. We're waiting.
But again, it checks all of those boxes. And honestly, like being able to work with Amazon for the first time, we've never really partnered with them before. So we've got a new company that we can collaborate with, which is really exciting.
All right, next question. Has any of Universal Orlando's Halloween Horror Nights icons ever been to Universal Studio Hollywood's Halloween Horror Nights? And this is from Sergio Torres, AR7. Time for a short history lesson.
Take out your notepads, everyone. Here we go.
It's a tradition. We might as well get into this. Yeah, the answer is yes. Way back, the first year I did Horror Nights in Hollywood, 2006, we featured the director. Anybody here that saw that event in 2006? Oh, wow. Okay, I'll tell you a quick little funny story. So we wanted to film some stuff with the director, kind of like viral, it was before viral videos really in 2006. We wanted to shoot something from the tram POV, so I put a camera crew on the tram, and I got a good friend of mine who was the lead singer in a band at the time called the Graveyard Farmers, and I said, hey, just, over by kind of like the Bates Motel, this kind of wilderness area in the back lot, I'm like, hey, just when the tram goes by, just come walking out of the woods, dragging a body. But I didn't tell anyone I was doing it.
Oh.
Don't recommend that. And we also featured Jack the Clown. He was the icon in 2007.
Bit of trivia, by the way, on the director. His name changed when he came to Hollywood.
It did.
It did. He was Paulo in Orlando, and he was Pavel in Hollywood.
Yeah.
And then he was Billy in Singapore, I think.
Yeah.
So he's apparently an anonymous individual who just goes around the world changing his names.
Well, if you did what he did, you have to change your name.
Good point.
You wouldn't want the authorities after you.
Right.
Oh, okay. Will Hollywood Harry get more lore and one day meet Orlando's icon, Jack the Clown? And this is from Egyptian Horror 9.
No one heard that. He said, bring chance.
It's time for a slightly longer history lesson. More lore. How much lore do you want? Okay, well, let's really quickly go through the lore for Hollywood Harry, okay?
I'm interested.
Okay, well, this is how he came to be. He started at Universal hosting a kids' TV show called Koodle's Carnival. His real name is Harold Kapowitz, and that was in 1958. As, this is the proof right here. And then in 1964, he got asked, that was the year we started the studio tour, and that was kind of the beginning of Universal Studios Hollywood as a theme park, and he became the mascot for the Universal City Studios tour. And there you can see him out there on Lancashire in front of the Universal sign, and there he is on the tram. And then in 1973, the studio canceled his television show.
I love that they actually got a photo of him reacting to that.
And they replaced him with two different icons. They replaced him with Frankenstein Jr. in 1973 and a gorilla holding a camera.
Fair trade.
I didn't make this up. This is real. This is really like, I was a little kid. I first came to Universal in 1972 with my family, you know, and Frankenstein Jr. was the icon of Universal Studios Hollywood and a gorilla holding a camera.
I see new icon.
Possibilities. And so he just kind of hung around the front main gate of the park, kind of like those people that hang out in front of Groma's Chinese Theater, you know, trying to charge people for autographs. And this went on through the 70s and into the early 90s. But then he started getting all sketchy. And eventually security asked him to leave the property in 1993. But he didn't leave. He just went up into the hills that surround the Universal backlot, and he's been living there ever since. In 1998, people started noticing him on the studio tour and started taking pictures of him just wandering around the backlot next to the Psycho House.
Yeah.
And you know, at that time, the internet started coming alive, and they started filming all these videos of Harry sightings, and they gave him this name. They gave him the name Hollywood Harry, and he was born in 2016. He hasn't been back for a while. Should he come back?
Yeah!
Should Jack the Clown come back?
Yeah! Caretaker!
All right, Mike, you take this question.
All right, how did you and me format the storyline for the Light 6 Haunted House attractions and Hollywood to be all in Bray Wyatt's mind in terms of split personality disorder, characters of the Fiend, and was there any creative input from the in real life Wyatt 6 faction from @Skywalker Brian? Yes. So I am so excited that we're doing this year. And I know when it was first released, there was a division. It was like, huh? Like, there were a lot of people who were like, what? Wrestling? Are you kidding? And I'm saying, no, I'm not kidding.
Yeah.
What was that?
We're getting body slams in there.
She wants me to body slam you.
You're ruining the end of the panel. He's gonna throw me through 6 tables. This relationship really started, I actually knew Bray, Wyndham. We exchanged messages. He went to Horror Nights in Orlando all the time. And we exchanged a lot of messages, talked a couple times, and we talked about the possibility of something like this someday. And you know, he had portrayed all these amazing characters. And horror and WWE have been part of their makeup for decades. In fact, Horror Nights in Hollywood.
Yeah, before my time, we featured The Undertaker.
So we had talked about this, and then unfortunately, for those that are aware, Wyndham, he passed away. And it never, obviously didn't happen. And then about a year ago, June, his brother, Taylor, Bo Dallas, also Uncle Howdy, debuted a brand new faction that was inspired by Bray's characters and his storylines. And they kind of rejuvenated the Wyatt name in WWE programming. They're a horror faction. They're every bit the kind of Rob Zombie textures that you would find in any horror film.
And if I remember correctly, after that debut, you sent me an email.
Yes.
And you're like, check this out.
Yes, yeah. Because that night, one of my good friends, Marty Miller, he's the vice president of live TV for WWE. I literally called him after they made their debut. And they did this amazing single camera push into where the wrestlers come out on TV. And they had basically done this massacre backstage. And it looked like one of our haunted houses. And I called literally that night and said, we need to talk. And we got the ball rolling, and that's when I emailed you.
Yeah. And then Mike brought it to the table. It's kind of the way we work together. Like, sometimes I'll have a hookup or a connection with a filmmaker, and I'll go, hey, what do you think of this? And in this case, Mike was super connected to WWE, so he brought it to us. And for me, I as a kid in the early 1970s, My dad used to take me to the Olympic Auditorium in downtown LA. You know what I'm talking about? I think it's a church now. But they used to, that's where wrestling was held. And this was back in the days when, you know, it wasn't what it is today. It was like Freddie Blassie, John Tolis, Man Mountain Mike, Mil Moscaris, Haystack Calhoun. It was that era of wrestling. And my dad would, you know, I think this is right next to Skid Row, if I'm not mistaken. Like, I don't know why my father took us there, but you know, that was my earliest exposure to wrestling. But I needed to learn a lot. So I literally watched YouTube videos, which I often do, pretty much the entire history of Bray Wyatt's arc in WWE from the Wyatt family all the way through, and then with the Wyatt Six, like watched every single wrestling match, every single promo, and by the time I was done, I had such an appreciation for the genius of Bray Wyatt, you know, and it just felt like this is something we need to do. You know, this guy was so talented. I think if Bray was still with us today, I think he would have ended up making movies, honestly. You know, I think that's where he would have taken it. But what he created is so layered. The story, it goes so many levels deep. Even when you get into the costumes, which, you know, we obviously have gotten into in great detail, every stitch means something. It's incredible, the universe that he, you know, spawned and what his brother's carrying on today. So we're incredibly honored to be doing this. And I mean, you know, I always like to think of when we're, you know, building a slate for Horror Nights, there's the things that are kind of obvious, that are kind of what I would call the meat and potatoes of horror. But then there's these other things, I call them brand expanders. And you've seen us take these chances over the years where we go, okay, let's take this and bring it into the world of Halloween Horror Nights and turn it into a live experience for you. Are you guys psyched to see this?
Yeah!
So, and I think we always try to align on kind of like the main beats, you know, what the story is we're trying to tell. But we sometimes have different scenes and different approaches into our houses. Honestly, I think that's super cool. I've always thought that's cool. I love that people can go to Orlando and see one house and then come to Hollywood and maybe see something slightly different. I think it's cool to have those differences park to park. So for Hollywood, for me, oh, this is the facade, by the way. All you people have been trying to film this. It's not easy. I feel for you. I do. You guys are riding the studio tour and you're trying to get that picture, and all you could see was the roof. And people were like, you know, it's Creature of the Black Lagoon. It's, you know, and I'm like tweeting them back, no, it's Gilligan's Island. But for me, I wanted to think about it like, if I was going to make a horror movie out of the Wyatt Six, you know, how would I go about that? And I thought about the Wyatt compound, which was featured kind of more prominently in the Wyatt family days. And I thought, like, I want that to be the entrance into our experience. And in a lot of ways, this is like an original haunted house. And it was so cool when we met with Rob Fee from WWE, when you and I and our team, we did this big brainstorming session with him. What I loved that Rob kept saying is like, you guys are the experts, you guys are the experts. He really welcomed our own creativity into the process. So we tried to approach it as if we were making a horror movie out of the Wyatt Six characters. The beginning is going to be the Wyatt compound. It's kind of the bookends of our experience, but I'll point out just two things. You see that side profile shot elevation? You see the rocking chair? Yeah. And you see the lantern. And of course, that's Bray. That's Bray's iconic elements. The lantern is a through line through the whole house. You're going to be kind of following the light of the lantern as you go from scene to scene to scene. Oh, that's cool. So I'm giving you this warning now, right? So you're ready for it, because it's not always in the same place. But try to find the lantern in every scene you go in, because pretty much almost every scene the lantern shows up. And the other thing is the rocking chair. When you come out, it's going to be rocking by itself with the lantern on it. The fireflies, we're going to do all of that special effects lighting, so the fireflies are dancing around. And as you go through, you're going to keep encountering that rocking chair. And I don't want to say too much about this one, honestly, because I like the fact that I think it's going to be a big surprise for all of you, okay? talk about this.
I'll be brief. We're recreating the Wyatt 6 debut in Orlando. That is our opening. You're going to be the camera, and you're going to walk that space. You're going to see the massacre at Gorilla Station. And then we're taking you through. Ramon Garridoa, also a massive WWE fan, is our show director for this experience. We've created what we're calling Production Central corridor, where you're going to be surrounded with WWE imagery all around you, media. And then the Wyatts take that over, almost like if it's a vortex leading you into the minds of the Wyatt Six. And then from there, I'll stop because I want you all to experience
it.
I
do, I know a lot of times as fans, you guys are like, you need to know everything, and I always think about, like, were you the kids at Christmas that just, like, found where your parents hid all the presents, and you opened them all up, saw what you were gonna get, and then wrapped them back up again? I did that one Christmas. I found my parents where they hid the presents, and I was so bummed that Christmas when it came to Christmas morning. So I think something should be a surprise, so you'll be surprised.
Yeah, but that is an interior shot of the house. That is not WWE, that's us.
It looks cool.
That's cool.
Oh, yeah, there's this too.
And again, Bo Dallas, Uncle Howdy, Taylor, he has been so gracious with us and so supportive. Actually, we wrote and created brand new content for the house. And Uncle Howdy has new content specifically for this experience that we shot.
Yeah, and we're going to feature that in the queue line when you're waiting in the queue line for us as well.
Yeah.
All right. How do you write a house treatment? Is there any technique that you use while writing all houses? And this is from HHN House Hunter. This is from our original house. This is from Monstros 3. I always try to explain it to you guys. I'm just going to throw up 2 pages just to give you an idea. Part of it is a technical breakdown, scene by scene. So on the one side you see talent, hand props, scenic, graphics, props and decor, static figures, audio, video, lighting, special effects, etc. And what I'm trying to capture is every single element that is needed to go into this particular scene, and this is the facade for Monstros Trace. And on the other side, it's a narrative. It's written from the guest's POV, as if I was you walking into the house. It's everything I see, I hear, etc. So it's really a combination of those 2 things. My treatments tend to average about 100 pages per house. So, like, by the time we're done with Horror Nights, I will have written the equivalent of War and Peace every year.
And for Orlando, the content's the same. Sorry, I redacted a ton of stuff on this page. Sorry.
Oh, I had a joke, but I can't say. Go ahead.
This is actually for the foyer of our El Artista Spanish haunting house, and it gave away a lot of stuff, so I didn't want to give it away. But the format's there. We break down every single discipline so that when everybody's seeing these treatments, they can understand exactly what's going on in that space. And then over there on the other side, that is also what we include in our treatments, which is a model of every single room where we can place all the performers, we can identify where effects are. So again, anyone that's reading that treatment, whether they went through the meeting where we took everyone through it, or if they're just handed that treatment and they did not get the support of the meeting, they can read that and understand every single inch of the space that we're designing.
With the increased collaboration, has having your teams work closely together changed any part of how y'all approach house scare zone treatment? And this is from Hopping Hogsmeade.
The y'all probably is from the East Coast. This is probably on the East Coast.
I have a slight suspicion of that. Yeah, we've always worked together. Whenever we share an IP, we work very closely together. We're in meetings every Monday without fail. We're East Coast, West Coast meetings. But this year, I think we took that collaboration to a new level, and that's particular to Five Nights at Freddy's. Sometimes we have houses where it's a little different, East Coast to West Coast. This house is pretty darn close to the same experience coast to coast.
Oh, that's cool.
99.9%. Yeah, and it's really just the physical spaces that make it different. But we kind of divided and conquered on this house. We would literally divvy up the various disciplines, whether it was design, scenic, audio, video, etc. And we said, okay, you guys got this, we got that. And it's the first time we've ever done this, but we really collaborated in a much more intense way across the board on that particular house.
100%. I mean, I think we learned a lot about each other's process, even more than we had just kind of working in meetings together. Our teams were working closely on design, which really hadn't happened before.
Yeah.
And it was an awesome process. We learned so much about each other's teams, and I think it really brought everybody really close together too.
Yeah, it's you know, we can't wait for you guys to see this house. You know, this is something that we've, you know, honestly, like 5 years ago, if you would have said the same thing, hey, why don't you have done Five Nights at Freddy's before, I probably would have said it's impossible. You know, but it was really that moment of being in the lobby when we did Blumhouse Behind the Screams and going, of course, Henson, that's how we have to do it. That made this possible. All right. Can you share a moment that you had with the fans where you both knew you had created something special through your work on Halloween Horror Nights from Movie Howler?
Honestly, this is maybe cliche, but it's every year. I mean, here's the reality. John and I are up here talking to you all, but we represent a massive team of people that are working together to bring this thing to life every year and to make it different every single year in as many ways as possible. The moments that we've had with fans is really the thank yous to the team. Again, we're walking the event, sometimes we'll walk in the event after it opens and we'll be together, we'll be a group of our team kind of assessing the event, and people just coming up to us and saying thanks. We realize how much this event means to you, because it means just as much to us. Because that's the other reality is, like, I was this character. Most of our team grew up in the event, and we're now helping to create the event, and that means so much to us. To be able to do that, to bring you something that you can escape to every single year. Because I think that's really what this event is about, is we all want to escape to some place that is that warm blanket. And for many of us, all of us in this room at this convention, horror is that warm blanket.
I think this is the thing that constantly amazes us, is that, you know, the horror community, I think it's the coolest fan community there is, you know? And it's not just like that it's cool, but it's the most supportive, it's the most inclusive, it's just, like all of us collectively, we found our place, you know? And so when we think of our event as creating that place for you guys, you know, that once a year you get this time of year where you get to be with all your friends and all the people, you know, that you love in this community, you get to experience it together. Just one thing I'll say about this particular question, like over 10 years ago, I had and this happens to me all the time, I had like a dad walk up to me and he's like, hey, my son's really into like your event, he's kind of obsessed with it. And you know, I thought it was like a fad and it would pass, but he wants to do this when he grows up. You know, I don't know what to tell him. Can you give him some advice? And I did, and I've stayed in touch with that family all these years. And this year, that same kid, who was a little kid who came to Horror Nights, just finished his first internship for us, working on Horror Nights. So it's kind of amazing to see all of that come full circle. So. And there's so many stories like that. All right. For both of you, your time at Horror Nights has given you a front row view to the crazy growth and popularity of Halloween and horror-focused events. Creatively, where do you see the industry and Horror Nights specifically going in the future? From a lonely omen space.
Yeah.
No? Sure, why not? Space station is just sitting there. I mean, it should have a haunt on it, don't you think? I don't know, where do you see this going?
I think it's actually happening already. I mean, we just soft opened Horror Unleashed in Vegas. If you just asked any one of us 10 years ago if there would be a 365 home for horror with Universal's name on it, I would have said no way. And there it is in Vegas. And that's really cool. That's really cool. And it's a whole different experience. It's a whole different thing than what Horror Nights is. And that was important about that Vegas experience. Is it gives you a taste, it gives you a flavor. but we also want it to be unique, just like we want our Horror Nights events to be unique. That's very important for that application.
And, you know, on the East Coast, Epic, you know, now has an entire Universal Monsters land. I don't know. I think that Horror Nights had something to do with that. I really do. I think so. You know, I think that what we've collectively, all our teams on both coasts created, you're starting to see it now come to life outside the event. And I think that's amazing and really, really cool. All right. Who is your favorite cryptid? Megatron G13. Time for a short natural science lesson. A cryptid is an animal such as a Sasquatch or a Loch Ness monster that has been claimed to exist but never proven to exist, and that's from Webster's Dictionary. You know, I grew up in the 70s, so mine is, you know, Sasquatch because of the $6 Million Man. And, you know, we tore down the ice tunnel years ago to build the Fast and the Furious attraction, but he's still out there.
And ours are Yetis. We love Yetis in Orlando. We love them. We've done 2 haunted houses based on Yetis. We love them. I've never been scared more in my life than in our Yeti houses. They're crazy. Those characters are nuts in there. I love them.
All right. What makes Terrifier a perfect candidate for this year's Horror Nights at Horror Nights and Horror Nights Orlando from Just Warren 26608? You know, we could answer that question for you. Or we could ask the guys who made the movies. All right.
What's up, everybody? So glad to be back. Wow. So what was that? What makes Terrifier a good candidate for HHN?
Yes. Why do you think Terrifier is a good candidate for HHN?
Art the Clown. He's a fun, sick, sadistic, twisted son of a bitch. I think it's, even for me, I mean, this is sort of the first time I'm like in your shoes and I get to go in this house and be chased and taunted by my own character, you know? Like, that's really exciting, actually, because on set, we don't have that relationship.
You know, it'd be funny if we gave them real weapons for when you come through.
What better way to go out, right?
How about you, Phil? Why do you think Terrifier belongs at Horror Nights?
I don't know, I've never been to Halloween Horror Night. I'm excited to be at both of them. I'm going to be in California and Orlando, check them both out. As Damien has mentioned, we are on the other side of the camera, so we don't get to see it this time. We're going to live it, and I already told them I want to experience it, and I've never done a horror house.
He said, oh boy. He said, I hope I don't shit my pants over there.
We'll hook you up, Phil. All right, well, what we're going to do now, since we have the guys who made the Terrifier movies, is we're going to do a little bit of a deep dive into Terrifier. Is that all right with you guys? Do we have Terrifier fans in the audience? That's what makes Terrifier a great franchise for Halloween Horror Nights. All right, let's start with the concept. You know, the first thing we did is we all kind of got together and we talked. And, you know, Mike and I, we both gravitated towards this, which is the Funhouse from Terrifier 2. And I just learned this not that long ago, but would you explain this, guys?
Yeah, it doesn't exist. Yeah, so in Terrifier 2 you see this, and we did not have the money to build an actual scale facade. So I'm a fan of like really old school techniques that they don't really use anymore, so I wanted to use sort of a miniature forced perspective approach to doing this. So we really just built like a 3 by 2 foot facade, and then we used some digital effects to map it into, like with a background plate. And it worked pretty cool. And I wish I could really get my hands on the actual facade now that they built. This is the first time I'm ever seeing one in reality, which is so freaking cool. Very surreal.
It would be funny if we did that. It'd be like Spinal Tap with Stonehenge, you know, you guys show up and you're like, what? Oh, really? So, here's the facade, by the way. For all of you, and I know you've seen this because you've retweeted it, but like, people ride the studio tour at our park all the time just so they can try to get a picture of this facade. So, you know, when we were talking, Mike and I, we really gravitated towards, let's have the funhouse be not only the facade for the experience, but let's try to like take all of the great kills from the franchise and bring them to the funhouse, even if it didn't take place in the movie that way. And that was kind of like I think, Mike, is it fair to say that was like our first big idea for how we were going to attack this?
Absolutely. It was really, could we place the guests in an environment completely of art's creation, and then house those kills within it? And what would that be like? That was the mission.
It was kind of like Art was showing off his works of, pun intended, art for the guests, is kind of another way to look at it. So, there it is. I just took that picture not too long ago. And what we're doing now, we're adding all the scrub grass and the dried plants and all of that stuff. But that's the Terrifier facade. And just to highlight a couple of things, when you're waiting out front, it's going to be the Terrifier theme music, and then you're going to hear like a radio, and I'm talking about Hollywood. You're going to hear the radio station kind of changing channels, static, hear a little blip of, the Clown Cafe theme song, and then it's going to land on a news report, and it's going to say, police are on the lookout for a tall, thin man wearing a black and white clown costume and carrying a large garbage bag. And while this news report is going on, there's two doors. The clown head door is the door you're going to be going through. But Art is going to appear standing behind that door, and then he's going to open the gate. And then he's going to come out. And I gave him another gate in the fence, so he can get real up close and personal with all of you. Ooh. And Mike?
Ditto! Here's a scenic elevation of the facade in Orlando. We made one minor alteration to really sell that Art has taken it over. We painted over the clown that looks a lot like Jack the Clown and made it Art instead. So you can really, when you go into the house, you really get a sense that this is Art's world. He's now taken this fun house completely over. And then I think the next slide is the facade. There it is. That's it. One cool additive in the doorway that you're not going through, there on the right-hand side, that's a media wall that's going to give you a glimpse of several of the Terrifier characters. You're going to see Vicky, you're going to see little pale girl in there. So yeah, you're going to see all those characters kind of waiting for you on the inside.
Did you guys ever go through like Carney fun houses when you were kids, like growing up?
Yeah, absolutely.
Did they freak you out?
Not too bad. I kind of like that stuff. Gravitated to it.
I grew up in Coney Island. And
Did you really?
Yeah.
I love Coney Island.
And they had the freak show in there.
Oh, yeah?
That's when that was a popular thing. And we used to see it, you'd be walking down the street and you'd see the people with the, weird looks on them. You had some crazy shit going on.
Did you ever work there for a summer? When you?
I never worked there. A lot of my friends did. That's how we actually got the carnival for Terrifier 2. Funny story, the guy who owns Adventureland, it used to be Nellie Bly, he used to handle the ponies for 15 cents. You'd ride a pony in Coney Island.
Yeah.
And he owns the park today. And he let us, well, he rented it to us, but rented it to us at a very nice price. So, and I called up a friend of mine, Joe Piano, who I hadn't seen in like 40 years. I said, anybody still working on them? Somebody still have connections there? He said, yeah, we got them. That's how we got it.
Oh, that's cool. You actually put on the interiors and all that.
That's cool.
not the interiors. We shot the exterior carnivals in Jelly Bly, and then we shot the interiors in Fright Factory.
It's a haunted house.
Oh yeah, totally.
And he's a great guy too, Frank.
Yeah.
Let's talk about the characters. Let's start with this guy. And, you know, I'm sure, Damien, you've probably told this story a million times, but if you wouldn't mind, like, what was the inspiration for Art the Clown initially when you first came up with him?
Yeah, just making a short film, and I wanted to put a bunch of horror, sort of, you know, classic cliche characters in this short film that I could use as a calling card, and I wanted to see if I could do anything interesting with them and put my own spin, and I wanted to try and do something different with a killer clown. And when I was designing him, I said, he can't be anything like Tim Curry's Pennywise. So I didn't want him to be colorful, I didn't want him to speak, I wanted him to have weapons instead, and I just sort of wanted to turn him into a slasher. You know, and it was really just based around this one scene, which is the scene in the short film The Night Circle, which was then put into All Hallows Eve, just with Art terrorizing this woman in a train station. It was supposed to be a bus, and that's actually why that scene exists at the end of Terrifier 3. And then...
It's a fabulous scene, I might add.
Did you have something to do with that scene?
I might have a little bit.
Tom the bus driver, ladies and gentlemen.
You like the old horror movies? Yeah.
Like rom-coms.
But yeah, I mean, so it was a little scene in this short film, and then it gets, you know, there's creatures and demons after that, and Art's only in the first 4 minutes, but everybody who saw it back then said, what is going on with that clown? Like, he's too cool, he looks so creepy, you're gonna make more stuff with him, right? And I was like, oh yeah, we're gonna make plenty of things, for sure. And I was like, all right, I better write something else for this character. So then I made another short film called Terrifier, which is also in All Hallows Eve. And that's when I said, all right, I'm going to really turn him into a slasher now and see, you know, what this guy's really about. And then that's when I sort of realized that there was something special. I didn't imagine it would turn into this, but I said, this character has something. There's a charisma there. There's something special, and I need to keep going. I need to get this character into a feature somehow. So that 20-minute short film, Terrifier, was sort of the proof of concept, the calling card. And it took years to try and convince somebody to give me money to turn that into Terrifier, the feature, until I met this guy right here, the only person who believed in me to give me the money.
You both have done something that many have tried over the last few decades that have not been able to do, which is create the next generation of slasher icons. And Art is a slasher icon now. That's fantastic.
This man, I mean, that's a creation, and like I said many times, even though he hates to hear it, I'm not from the horror world. But when I saw this clown, I was like, first of all, when he first mentioned the clown, when you see it, I was like, wow, this is pretty fucking wild. And when we were done shooting Terrifier 1, I was impressed. I gotta be honest, I was impressed because I had just done a movie and it cost me a couple $100,000, and we did this one for $40,000, and there's so much more shit in there, and I'm like, holy crap. I said, I pissed away a lot of money on my film.
Well, truthfully, I mean, if
the house was more expensive, just so you know.
Yeah, of course. Yes, it was. I mean, if this works, the truth is, it's because it's all coming from a very genuine, organic place, from a diehard horror fan, and I've been one since I'm literally 3 years old. I've been watching these movies and idolizing characters like Freddy, Jason, Michael Myers, literally since I'm 3. So hopefully there's just something instinctual after I'm consumed so much of that, I mean, this is really what I birthed out. I mean, so that's a big part of it. And then obviously David, who has just brings such an incredible book.
I have a question for the producer. How did you guys find David? Was it did he just come to an audition, or was it?
Well, we were looking for a new Dave. I mean, a new Art. Now we're looking for a new Dave. We were looking for a new Art, and the person we had that we did the teaser with, he couldn't deal with the lenses.
Yeah, most people don't know that. Before we hired Dave, we had another actor who shot a teaser for it. And this was after Mike Gianelli, because Mike Gianelli was the original Art the Clown in the short films and All Hallows Eve, but then he just didn't want to act anymore, so I had to replace him. And there was someone else that I'd been working with, and I was like, I think this guy could do a good job playing Art. And we filmed this teaser, but he has these like really bright, striking blue eyes, and I said, that doesn't work with this character. You need to wear these black lenses, and we put the lenses in for the teaser, but they irritated his eyes so much, and he was like, I don't really want to keep go on playing this character wearing these lenses. I was like, okay, so we got to start again. And I said, let's hold an audition. We put it online, and then we rented an office in Manhattan, and we had people come in. And David, I've said this many times, David was like the sixth person to come into the room, and as soon as I saw him physically, I was like, this is the guy. I'm like, please let this guy not just, be a raving lunatic or something. Yeah, I'll take, he doesn't have to do anything. He just looks so perfect. And especially I was looking for somebody thinner now, because the way I sculpted Art's face, he's sculpted to look kind of like a zombie. So I was like, he's gonna be great. And then Dave didn't have any size or anything. He just knew he was coming in for a killer clown role. And he said, well, what do I do? And I said, I don't have any lines. I said, no lines. I said, I just need to see you decapitate somebody, and you're having a very fun time doing it, and you do it very gleefully. And then you can see his audition online. He's like, okay. And then he just flips the switch, and he goes into almost like what you see as Art the Clown right now. It's almost identical. Yeah, and fantastic. He knew right then that it was going to surpass like what I was even looking for. And it was just Phil and I in the room, and then he left, and I turned to Phil and I said, are we really looking for anything else? I was like, that's the guy, so let's bring him back, put the makeup on him, and have him do this all over again. We basically shut down the audition right there, and that was it, yeah.
Wow. So, let's talk about Art. So we always do character illustrations. They're done by our in-house artist, Lucas Colshaw. He's been doing these illustrations for years. You guys know his work. He's been doing it for years and years and years. These are just some of the iterations of Art the Clown you're going to experience in the house in Hollywood. We have our classic bloody Art. We have Art after he's scalped the woman and is wearing the hair. We have poopy Art. And of course, Santa Art. And then this is kind of a combination of Orlando and Hollywood. But Mike, did you have anything on that?
No, I was just going to say that it really is about the multiple ways we need to bring this character to life for a house that has to run, the number of nights it has to run. You've got prosthetic versions, you've got mask versions. You're seeing two on the sides there, two new iterations of the character that our team's created with Damien's guidance.
Yeah. Let's talk about Vicky.
Alright, out this way. Alright guys, let's roll out. Thank you so much. Alright, stairs. One second guys, we'll get to the chat in a moment. It was lagging out there, so I couldn't read it fully.
There's lag in there?
Yeah. It's just that even though the AC is working, it's still hot out here.
Alright.
Let's go that way. The panel was good. But at the same time, we didn't get anything more. And I'm sure they might
They're
share
gonna drop
something,
but we don't know what it is.
So, you guys will have to let us know what it is.
Happy birthday!
But like I said, at this point, what makes it interesting with these, I think with the only exception of the Queen Mary, every other place has either released their information already, or is gonna share it at their own private event.
Yeah.
So that now that question's is it even worth coming for the panels now?
Is it worth it to go to the panels?
To come to the panels, yeah. As spooky fans, we're good to go to this because we want to do the dress up, we want to do the shopping, we want to do maybe some of the other stuff, the Hall of Shadows, but does it fit into the need of everything else? Because it used to be at a point where you would come to this for those panels, for those moments.
Yeah, for like the surprise stuff.
Yeah, like you didn't want to know everything, but you did want to be told a little bit of a surprise. You know, with everything else, like everything gets like told weeks ahead.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know why they're deciding to release all the information before the panels. Maybe Midsummer Scream is too it's too close to the event, so they want hype beforehand.
Maybe. Cody Savant with a $2 super chat says, Minnie, Daisy, Clever are at Paradise Gardens. All right. We don't have to find Minnie anymore because Cody found him. Yay. Say what's up. Cody.
Cody.
Ours is chat for Cody. Blessings on blessings.
All right. Let's end it, baby.
All right, guys. We're going to go grab something to eat. Then we're going to head over to the parks. We will catch up with you guys later.
Love y'all, guys.
The other video is still uploading, so we'll see if we can go ahead and get it running after. So we'll see.
We didn't have great signal.
So with that said, guys, love you to pieces. Let me run the end credits real quick.
Thank you, Fantastic Fan Forever.
Shout out to the Knights for holding it down, también.
Thank you, Knights.
Appreciate you guys con todo corazón.
Thank you. Let's drop a ghost in the chat, and we'll catch you guys in a bit.
All right, Rewatch Crew goes ahead and put it in clown. Bye, guys. Adios.
Bye.